you for joining, and let's go ahead and test this new graphic. You should be able to see a welcome sign. So officially welcome to yet another episode of Chessemplation. And while I'm at it, I would like to thank you for being you, and thank you for listening. You should be also seeing another graphic for that. At least it worked when I was doing the pre-record demo session. And last but not least, as part of my introduction here, I'd like to cordially invite you to please like, subscribe, share, and comment away. I'd like to invite you to join my Abyssum, and Invocat Discord community. It's a Latin title from one of the Psalms. Deep calls unto deep. And consider supporting me via locals too. Speaking of such announcements, let's go ahead and hop into my notes. So, on my Abyssum Invocat Discord server, I wanted to let you know that, relatively speaking, the questions for Weston section is booming. And if you join my community, it's located toward the bottom in the text channels bit here. And so, yeah, Cousin AJ asked me some questions about the Bible, and particularly about what's up with the day 1 versus day 4 light situation in the book of Genesis, because some people do get tripped up on that. Yes, most definitely I agree. And I think I would qualify as having been or still being one of them. It's such a fascinating issue to look at, fascinating book. And I also had some additional questions from another new friend, Ed, on, these pertain to the Gospels, like what's up with the Son of God versus Son of David, Son of Man? What's up with the different titles there? Why was Jesus so private? As it concerned not revealing the news that he had healed this or that person. Why wouldn't you just proclaim that on the rooftops? Why not get that out? And another question, more or less related to, I guess you might say this seems like a cryptic saying, or is a cryptic saying: the dead shall bury their own dead. So eventually, I've written up some responses toward Mr. Ed's questions, but I haven't published those yet. I'll be working on that. And I'll aim to work on AJ's questions before too long as well. And so if you have any questions, please feel free to let me know, and I'll jump on them as soon as possible. I may not respond immediately, but whenever I do respond, I try to respond robustly and with as much charity and depth as I possibly can manage, while also incorporating memes and all that fun stuff, because I like keeping all the theory on the light side too. Anyway, second announcement is there's going to be a new Grillin' episode. Hopefully I'll be streaming that tomorrow, or not streaming, but recording that. Anyway, since those are quick, it should be on YouTube pretty quick. Thirdly, I'm preparing for the 17th, which is just some days away. I'm going to have, Lord willing, a podcast collaboration with All My Love. And one of the co-hosts, Sophia, is a fellow classmates from my recently concluded days with CSUSM in the Literature and Writing Studies bachelor degree program. So it'll be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. And in many ways, this is going to serve as a preamble to that episode, which should be recorded in a few days. And so even though the co-hosts have submitted some questions that are a little bit different than what I was thinking of going and talking about, I think that it would just be helpful to share these notes that I had written up before I got those recent questions. So this is a sort of thinking out loud. It's a thinking out loud channel, and it's a how should I put this? What I aim to be doing is generating some conversations, doing some lighthearted but still deep philosophical, theological, political, and so on talk. And so today's podcast and Chessemplation is going to be entitled The Intensely Artistic War of Kenosis for the Overwhelmed. And so that's going to be our title for today's episode. It's a preamble, more or less, for a podcast collaboration that's going to be coming up in a few days. And I'll let you know more news about that as soon as I can. Let me go ahead and pause and address the recent comment here. Let's see. Taboo Hum says, "Hi, I want to offer promotion of your channel, viewers, followers, views, chatbots. Price is lower than any competitor. The quality is guaranteed to be the best. Auto on, incredibly flexible and convenient order management panel. Everything is in your hands. Turn it on, off, customize. Go to dodgehype.com. I'll check that out. Thank you so much for your comment. And you should be able to see toward the left bottom side of the screen, you should be able to see how the chat looks there. I'm trying to experiment with all these things in OBS, and I'm having a lot of fun doing it, but please let me know your thoughts. And with that having been said, we need to get into some chess, and we need to start getting into the content, and I anticipate that this is going to be a pretty long stream. So I've made sure to get several waters prepared. Got 2 waters, and I've even got some coffee and Pints with Aquinas. Don't know if you can see that very well. It's a beautiful beer stein that I highly recommend that you get, but I've never drank beer in this. Mostly coffee, just coffee and tea. Maybe water. I think I've probably done water and maybe hot chocolate, but that's about it. Right, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into some chess before I get into the more of the content of this episode. So here we go. And I'm going to double check that I'm live. Here we go. Yes, okay. Looks like Mr. Anthony Cudietta checked in for a second, and fantastic guitar player. He was my main guitar teacher when I was a student at the San Diego Music Studio. Go check him out. He does fantastic shows. I've been meaning to look at to go to some of his Escondido shows as well. I really ought to, because I currently live in Escondido. So check out Mr. Cudietta. He's fantastic. Okay, so now that I know I'm live, I'm going to go ahead and tuck this over here, and I'm going to go ahead and start playing. I feel like a 3-minute game, so that's what I'll start out with. Okay, and I'll go ahead and do this. Okay. Again, I'm relatively new to all the OBS stuff, so thank you all for your patience. I hope the audio quality is good. Please feel free to let me know in the comments. Or as Brennan Lee Mulligan from College Humor fame likes to say, get in the comments! He's a lot funnier. He's a genius. Brennan Lee Mulligan reminds me a lot of Robin Williams, the way that they both can do improvisational comedy is astounding. And speaking of Brennan Lee Mulligan, go ahead and check out College Humor's D&D games. I think they're done via Dimension 20. That's the channel. Fantastic content right there. On another topic, I want to make sure that I renew my USCF membership at some point. Queen will probably take here. Yep. Here's where I go over here. Queen might back up to there or there. Or go here. We'll see. Okay. Gonna go ahead and do this because I didn't want that knight to be taken. No, thank you. Later in today's stream, after this game is over, to be specific, we're actually going to be talking some Mr. Rainn Wilson, and we're going to tie that into Mr. Morton Lordson's compositional prowess. We're going to tie that into a lot of other topics, and we're going to unpack the term kenosis that I introduced earlier. Okay, fine. I'll trade down. Rook can go here. Yep. And then I'll go ahead and jump here because the next move that he probably would have done is rook right there. I'm going to go ahead and do this now. So this is threatened and this is threatened. Okay. Well, go ahead and do this. And then this. He can take this right now, but yeah. When in doubt, always move to a safer position. Especially when time is on the line. Okay, so I'm going to move my king right there. He can take here, but my knight can also quickly take back, so not incredibly worried about that right now. Knight can go out there or there to attack the rook. I'll go ahead and tuck this here. Knight can go here. I'll go here. Rook probably ought to move. Or king should support, something along those lines. Go ahead and do this. And then this. Okay. He wants to go ahead and do some sort of draw, doesn't he? Let me go here. speaking of skills, I really ought to... I'm a fan of chess theory, if y'all can't tell, and one of the things that's really great is doing chess puzzles, and I can recommend some books on that. Like, I have one in my volume of books here. I have like 698 of them or so that I've cataloged, and I've been parting ways with some of these books. But a good chunk of them are in chess theory, and one of them is Laszlo Polgar's chess book, which has like something like 5,000 plus chess problems and games, and really good. I ought to take another look at that. It's been some years since I did that. So, okay, did a chess game. Thank you to Primitive Brave BD. Digital handshake. Yay. Okay, so back to this. We're talking the intensely artistic war of kenosis for the overwhelmed. So, I said that we were going to be talking about Mr. Dwight Schrute / Mr. Rainn Wilson. I first learned about him not via The Office, but via Galaxy Quest. Great movie, check it out. Fantastic casting, cult classic. But the second thing I learned about him was this, The Office. And also a fantastic show. Speaking of which, though, I wanted to talk about as a segue to the actual the meat of this episode, I wanted to talk about him and his history just a little bit, because I think he's an incredibly interesting person, and I'd so love to have a cup of coffee with him at some point, if that were possible. But in any case, I love the internet because you can have your cup of coffee with people like him, even if you haven't seen them in person. So let me go ahead and get into the thick of it just a little bit here. So, Mr. Rainn Wilson. He has recently gone on record as having said, "I do think there is an anti-Christian bias in Hollywood." Wilson tweeted on Saturday, March 11th. "As soon as the David character in The Last of Us started reading from the Bible, I knew that he was going to be a horrific villain. Could there be a Bible-reading preacher on a show who is actually loving and kind?" Wilson, who follows the Baha'i faith, continued his Twitter rant on Monday, not with any evangelical motives, but for the sake of calling for religious equality within the industry. "Also, I'm not even Christian," he said. Of course, it's true that the evangelical political coalition is doing a great deal of damage to our country, banning books, banning freedoms, denying inconvenient science, taking a grotesque anti-LGBTQ plus platform, and so on. He continued, "Most Christians that I know are kind, accepting, and loving, and seeking to make the world a better place. They should also be honored in the media." He is outspoken on the relation between creativity, faith, and other such issues relating to art and psychology, and trying to probe the depths of spirituality. And so I wanted to alert you to some of these conversations that have been happening. One of them is here, this interview with Chase Jarvis. And actually, I might play a couple of clips from here. I will just go ahead and maybe mute some of this background music that I've got going on here. Let's go ahead and turn that down just a little bit. And then I'll go ahead and head over to here and then play it roughly from around that point.
When?
Okay. let's see. So I'm thinking around being an artist. So let's back up just a little bit here. Okay, so let's hang out with Mr. Rainn Wilson for a bit here.
We were always spoken to as and treated as artists. So they always kind of drilled this into you, like you're not just an actor, you're an artist. What does an artist do? Well, an artist ultimately, and all artists tell a story. All artists attempt to make something true and beautiful, whatever the medium. That artists are in charge of their creative faculty, and they have choice in the matter. There's often a feeling about actors like, oh, actors wait for the phone to ring, they audition, maybe they get a job, maybe they don't, and they just kind of go where the winds take them. So I was very fortunate to have some great teachers and mentors early on that kind of helped give me agency to kind of think of myself as a proactive actor in my career, that I was able to make these choices. And I was always, as an actor, yes, I would audition and try and get roles, and sometimes I'd get good ones and sometimes I'd get bad ones, and sometimes I wouldn't get any roles for a year. But I was always trying to generate my own work, and I was always trying to work with people on things, and I was trying to, I would always teach as I was an actor. I would go into inner city schools in New York and do teaching. I would teach theater games and improvisation and clowning and comedy. And so I was very lucky to be trained to have kind of a broader view of myself than just an actor or just a comedy actor.
Yeah.
And it always is very surprising to me when I meet actors that have such a narrow sense of themselves and who they are.
Now I'm going to pause him right here. I think he's saying a lot of important, profound points. When it comes to agency and the psychology of identity, which is something that I've been personally struggling with as an artist and as a philosopher and theologian for a number of years. And it's something that I'm continuing to think out loud about within, say, this video podcast. I nowadays tend to gravitate around where, say, Mr. Paul Vanderklay and Mr. Jonathan Pageau talk about topics such like this. And furthermore, so I've got that part of my convictions, but as well, those of you who have seen earlier video podcasts of mine have probably noted how I have brought up the economy that you see in Acts chapter 2 and Acts chapter 4 in the Christian New Testament, and wondering, well, how does that come about? How do you actually do that? How, like in terms of your ego, what has to happen in order for you to have everything in common with other people? And the proposition that I've been entertaining also comes from the New Testament and also pops up in various church fathers. This idea that in Christianity, if you submit yourself to Christ, if you die with Christ through the act of baptism, say submersion in water is the symbol here. If you do that, and if you take it seriously with total integrity and total sincerity, then once you submit yourself, once you relax yourself, once you resolve yourself to being fused with Christ, and then Christ is your identity, then I think that provides an interesting, perhaps, counterpoint to where Mr. Wilson is talking. But then again, he also respects Christ too, and we're going to get more into that. And the Baha'i faith is really super interesting, I think, from a comparative religious standpoint. But anyway, I say this to compliment maybe when he talks about making art or making work. To a degree, I suppose I'm coming from the perspective that just as I cannot make air, or just as I cannot make water, or just as I cannot make meaning, and I am going there, then to that degree, I would probably also say I can't make music. And to that degree, I can't make art, but perhaps I can be, I think it was St. Francis who is known for the prayer, Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. And those of you who have been watching some of these episodes recently have heard me talk a lot about the doctrine of musica universalis. And so in this perspective, I can perhaps agree that there is a proactive element to making art. But the trouble is, I think it's way too easy for me, at least, to make too much of myself. And so that's why I've been trying to really police my language, my rhetoric as of the last, several years. I've been trying to police my language in some different ways. And anyway, let's continue hearing him talk.
So that's part of it. When I grew up a member of the Baha'i faith,
from early.
My parents were Baha'is. Okay. These strange bohemians, my dad working at the sewer company and painting abstract oil paintings and writing science fiction novels. Amazing. Was also a member of the Baha'i faith, as if things couldn't get any weirder. And it was, during the time in the late 60s and early 70s that a lot of kids these days really forget. It was a very fertile time for spirituality. People were exploring spirituality, Cat Stevens became a Muslim, and the Beatles went to India, and people were practicing meditation and yoga and reading the Bhagavad Gita and searching for some meaning and truth in their life beyond just the material at the time. And that saturated the arts during that time period. So my parents became Baha'is during that time. There's a lot of people became members of the Baha'i faith. At the same time, a lot of people became members of a lot of different, what I would say, like alternative religions, even though it's not really what it is. So in the Baha'i faith,
And he's going to go on and talk about how for a while he did leave his, he wandered away from the religion of his youth, the Baha'i faith. But then he goes on to talk about how he returned. And so now he's a full-on Baha'i faith representative. And I'm going to skip over to when he goes on and talks about this a little bit more.
Going back to the caveman days, to the artist as shaman, to those first cave paintings of little deer and elk and antelope and bear and the human hand that's sketched on the wall of the cave. And how art and the sacred and the artistic has always been linked throughout human history.
On that, I am very much agreed.
And for me, great art, witnessing it, experiencing it, is kind of the closest thing I get to a religious experience.
And to be honest, I find that relatable too, in some senses. And that would take a lot of unpacking, but that's part of what this specific sub-channel is for, is to unpack and think out loud.
When I see Radiohead live in concert,
Yeah.
to me, that's more meaningful than any pilgrimage or going to any church or worship service.
Well, as somebody who weekly goes to church services, specifically Churches of Christ affiliated with the Restoration movement of Barton Stone and Alexander Campbell, I have felt a lot of moments of deep appreciation and artfulness in my experiences in going to church. But it's also true that there have been several downs as part of my story too. There have been times where I've thought, oh, the architecture in this building doesn't look as good as I think it should look, or oh, this person isn't as on pitch as I wish that person could be. Oh, wait, I'm not as on pitch as I wish I could be. And as a sub point, I think, too, that anytime we have critiques of other people, it's always helpful to turn that back on me. How do I live up to the standards that I profess as well? And let's hear him continue to talk. Oh, yeah. The thing I was just saying right now totally reminds me of Jesus in the Gospels with the parable of, well, why are you critiquing the, plank in somebody else, or no, the speck in somebody else's eye when you have a plank in your own? I think that's an important sermon to keep preaching to myself too.
Yeah, wow. So if by extension then, do you attend, like, is art a big part of your day-to-day life? Like,
Yes.
you mentioned going to Radiohead, is consuming art. Obviously you've been creating art, written, music, theater, television, you're doing your part there, but is consuming it a part of your day-to-day as well?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean,
And colloquially, again, I suppose I agree that, when I've done live streams of concerts with the Cypress Court seniors, in a sense, colloquially, I guess you could say that I'm creating art, but in a deeper, stricter sense, like I haven't made the piano, and I haven't made the building where I go. I certainly haven't made the fellow human beings that are around me when I play. I haven't written many of the songs that I play. I do not have particular rights to many of those songs. And when I do covers, I'm trying to attune myself to how things should go. So it's more like that. When I am trying to participate in art, I am an instrument, and I am trying to relax enough to let myself be tuned, be refined into harmony. So that's sort of more of the perspective that I would be coming from. But anyway, I love that when Mr. Rainn Wilson is talking, he critiques dismissing oneself or others in jest or merely terms. I totally agree that, this hint water bottle isn't merely a water bottle, isn't just a water bottle. This is somebody's livelihood right here. This is a profound piece right here. Everything here is profound. Somebody might have the objection, well, if everything's profound, then nothing is profound. Just like in The Incredibles, if everyone is super, then nobody's super. And to that, I would say, I think like, I suppose I kind of get what you're saying, but I don't think it's warranted. And two, I think when you say that sort of a proposition, you're conflating two different senses of those words. Like the first time you use super is a different way than the second time you use super, and so on and so forth. And I already said that I totally agree when he says that art and spirituality have been linked very tightly, inextricably throughout history. Totally agree. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead and turn back on that background music. Or just raise the volume a little bit more. There we go. Cool. More about Rainn Wilson before I go back to the chess. In this talk, he was bringing up some passages from the various leaders of the Baha'i faith. Let me go ahead and read a couple of these. Arts, crafts, and sciences uplift the world of being and are conducive to its exaltation. Sounds great. I think it's fair to say I agree with that, at least on a surface level. We have made music a ladder by which souls may ascend to the realm on high. Generally speaking, I totally agree. The acquisition of sciences and the perfection of arts are considered acts of worship. There's a definite sense in which I agree with that. There's this little clip here. Art is worship. The full quote, of course, is, I rejoice to hear that thou takest pains with thine art, for in this wonderful new age, art is worship. The more thou strivest to perfect it, the closer wilt thou come to God. What bestowal could be greater than this, that one's art should be even as the act of worshipping the Lord? That is to say, when thy fingers grasp the paintbrush, it is as though thou wert at prayer in the temple. I totally agree with that, and I hear so much of, in 1 Corinthians, St. Paul likes to say, whatever you do to the glory of God. In another place, whether you're eating or drinking, do those things to the glory of God. Totally. I think these quotes are getting at what arts and crafts and sciences should be perspectively striving towards or grounded in. I totally agree with these. And here's another quote from Abdul Baha. Actually, a couple quotes. By the power of the Holy Spirit working through his soul, man is able to perceive the divine reality of things. All great works of art and science are witnesses to this power of the Spirit. And again, although to acquire the sciences and arts is the greatest glory of mankind, this is so only on condition that man's river flow into the mighty sea and draw from God's ancient source his inspiration. So, there are probably some things to pick apart and explore there, but on the whole, I very much agree. I love this. But I think before we get back to the chess, we need to address a couple more things. So let's try to be aware of this. Can art capture or trap or localize that which is sacred? To some extent, I would think no. And to some extent, I think Baha'i can agree with Christians on this topic. No. I was looking in my Logos Bible software earlier. I've been trying to explore it a little bit more. And there's this, first I was looking at Acts 17, once again, because that's a great chapter. I was looking at the short sermon that St. Paul delivers in front of the Greek philosophers at the Areopagus. And in my own way, I wandered over to this book, 300 Quotations for Preachers from the Early Church. which is brought up on this side of the screen. And then I was doing a search for Acts 17, and then I was checking out quotes from these various church fathers, and one of these was works of art cannot be divine. And this was hyperlinked to Acts 17:29, which led me to read this quote here, which further led me to try to look up the fuller source quote. And this comes from St. Clement of Alexandria's The Stromata, and this is from Book 7. Chapter 5 is really short, so I figure I'll just read at least a little bit from here. It's called The Holy Soul, a More Excellent Temple Than Any Edifice Built by Man. He begins by inquiring, for is it not the case that rightly and truly we don't circumscribe in any place that which can't be circumscribed, nor do we shut up in temples made with hands that which contains all things? What work of builders and stonecutters and mechanical art can be holy? Well, wait just a minute. Wasn't I just saying that I was agreeing with some sentiments about art being sacred? Well, this is a framework question, a perspective question. Again, can art capture or trap or localize that which is sacred? To that, I'm saying no. Let's keep going forward. Superior to these are not they who think that the air and the enclosing space, or rather the whole world and the universe, are meet for the excellency of God. In other words, can the cosmos contain God? Is it that powerful? Is it that energetic? Is the universe greater than God? Than the sacred, than the mysterium tremendum et fascinans, as Dr. Rudolf Otto would put it, the great mystery. Rainn Wilson, in another one of his talks about the Wankan Tonkan in Lakota American Indian tribes. Wankan Tonka is another way to say the great mystery. Anyway, continuing forward. It were indeed ridiculous, as the philosophers themselves say, for man, the plaything of God, to make God, and for God to be the plaything of art, since what is made is similar and the same to that of which it is made, as that which is made of ivory is ivory, and that which is made of gold golden. Now, the images in temples constructed by mechanics are made of inert matter, so that they too are inert, immaterial, and profane. And if you perfect the art, they partake of the mechanical coarseness. Works of art cannot then be sacred and divine. Again, in a sense, I totally agree. If you're thinking of things in terms of a bottom up, a physicalist or materialist way of looking at the universe, in this sense, this breaks down. Works of art cannot, in that framework, be sacred and divine. Not in this way. And what can be localized, there being nothing that is not localized, since all things are in a place. And that which is localized, having been formerly not localized, is localized by something. If then God is localized by men, he was once not localized and did not exist at all. For the non-existent is what is not localized, since whatever does not exist is not localized, and what exists cannot be localized by what does not exist, nor by another entity. For it is also an entity. It follows that it must be by itself. And how shall anything generate itself? Or how shall that which exists place itself as to being? Whether, being formerly not localized, has it localized itself? But it was not in existence, since what exists not is not localized. And its localization being supposed, how can it afterwards make itself what it previously was? So anyway, St. Clement of Alexandria is again trying to go deeper into this philosophical presuppositional area. And he goes on to say, but how can he to whom the things that are belong need anything? And he goes on talking about how this framework problem. Can you, say, trap God into a temple? Can you capture God in that way? Can you localize God through art? No, is the suggestion here. And again, he says a lot of similarly fascinating things. But let's go ahead and move on. What I am going to suggest, and I think this is in common with Baha'i representatives like Mr. Rainn Wilson, can art suggest or evoke or crave that which is sacred? To that question, I think we can all agree, yes. Ligonier.org is a reformed sort of Calvinistic, Presbyterian, so on, leaning website. And I wanted to bring this up because I thought it was a great article. We will address the issue of God's revelation, general and special, in the next installment of this series. Here, I simply want to ask whether the basic idea, all truth is God's truth, is something that a Reformed Christian should affirm. And I'm bringing up this in part because you could probably, to the degree that art can evoke or evince or imply or suggest or crave what is true, then to that extent, I'm suggesting that all artistic truth is God's artistic truth. So this idea was clearly expressed before the time of the Reformation. Augustine, the greatest theologian of the first millennium, expresses it in several places. In his On Christian Doctrine, for example, he writes, "Nay, but let every good and true Christian understand that wherever truth may be found, it belongs to his master." Book 2, chapter 18. The medieval theologian Thomas Aquinas developed the idea in more detail in his theological and philosophical works. The idea then was obviously represented by the most important pre-Reformation theologians. But what about the Reformation itself? Was this idea rejected at the time? No. John Calvin picked it up where Augustine and Aquinas left off. In his commentary on Titus 1:12, for example, Calvin states, "All truth is from God, and consequently, if wicked men have said anything that is true and just, we ought not to reject it, for it has come from God." He expands on this idea in his Institutes of the Christian Religion, saying, "Therefore, in reading profane authors, the admirable light of truth displayed in them should remind us that the human mind, however much fallen and perverted from its original integrity, is still adorned and invested with admirable gifts from its Creator. If we reflect that the Spirit of God is the only fountain of truth, we will be careful, as we would avoid offering insult to Him, not to reject or condemn truth wherever it appears." Book 2, chapter 2, section 15. Emphasis is the author's. Closer to our own day, the Dutch Reformed systematic theologian Herman Bavinck wrote the following: "He, God, is the truth in its absolute fullness. He, therefore, is the primary, the original truth, the source of all truth, the truth in all truth. He is the ground of the true being of all things, of their nobility and conceivability, the ideal and archetype of all truth, of all ethical being, of all the rules and laws, in light of which the nature and manifestation of all things should be judged and on which they should be modeled. God is the source and origin of the knowledge of truth in all areas of life." So I'm kind of coming at it from this perspective. Now, back to Mr. Rainn Wilson, just so you know, just so you who are fellow Church of Christ attendees know, he has visited Pepperdine University before. I would have been so interested to come to that. Maybe there's some even YouTube videos on it, but I haven't seen them yet. I have watched at least half of this, and it's a fantastic interview by the same guy who wrote That All Shall Be Saved, and by the same guy who wrote Atheist Delusions. That's, I think he has a PhD. That's Dr. David Bentley Hart, Eastern Orthodox extraordinaire. I've seen a tad little bit of this, but not a whole lot. But this is more Rainn Wilson talking about his rationales for being Baha'i. And I just saw this earlier today. It's a fantastic conversation via Google. This is Talks at Google presentation. In this, I learned that Mr. Rainn Wilson has a background with the piano and the bassoon, as well as with chess. So, speaking of chess, I'm gonna go ahead and play another chess game, and then we'll get back to the subject matter at hand. So again, thank you for being you, and thank you for watching. Let's go ahead and play a new game. Da-bum-bum. New 3-minute. Okay. Oh, this is bad. He can just move his bishop right there. Ah, why didn't I do that? Okay, well, this is mitigation. This way it gets at his queen and also doubly protects that spot. I don't want to move that quite yet, but I will go here. Okay. Go ahead and do this because it's protected by the knight. Oh, he can just go ahead and take that. But he didn't, so I'm going to go ahead and go here. Can probably take... Yeah, he's just having a field day right now. Oi. I'm gonna definitely do another 3-minute game after this. Sometimes the theory can just wait for a bit. I'm doing this to clear up some room because I feel like I need it. Dum 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 dum. Gonna go ahead and do this, and then I'm gonna do this, and this. That way it gets at his queen and also that rook. I'm going to get at his bishop here. I'll move that. I'll take this. I'll take this. Queen can come up here probably. I do this. Gonna preemptively move this here. Ah, nice. Haha. Okay, yep. Definitely new game. I know I can get up to 1400 eventually. Again. Gonna go ahead and move here, there. Oh. Backtrack. Do this. Okay. I'll go ahead and go here. And then there. I'm thinking if I can take this, I might go for pawn push, but that'll be one of many side projects. You know what? I'll leave that right there, and I'll just move my queen up a little bit. Probably move my rook here. It'd be nice if I can get a knight right here. I can do that eventually, I think. Rook here, like I was saying. And well, you know, actually, this looks nice. Maybe if I go up here, knight takes, this takes. Go up here, protect that pawn. Knight can come up here. Threaten that. Psych out. Probably move this back over here. Do that. 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 Okay, let's do another game here. I'm gonna mix it up a little bit. Okay. Solid. Trying to go for that mate, but I'll just go ahead and do this. Okay, now he's going for that thing. Slightly annoying, but I've seen that before. It's always pesky. It's effective. It's so effective. But I can do this. Threaten 2 with 1. Oh, how I love the pawns. Speaking of pawns. Okay. Go here so he doesn't feel like he can castle so easily. Oh, but he wants to castle that way. I see. Do this. And this. Pawn can go here. Let's just back up to here. I guess technically I could have gone there. You know, actually, I'll do that. Pawn will probably have to go there. Or king can go there, or rook can go there. You need some space, probably. Go ahead and go here. Then here. Go here. So that I can do this. I'm threatening this. So by this, I mean queen going to b2. So let's see. What could this player do? Well, could check me again. Could take this and check me there. Of course, that's being threatened. Yeah, probably the most effective thing. Like, unless if you wanted to move your queen back here. Okay. Let's go ahead and do another one. Okay. Threatening this. Check. Ooh. I'm also threatening this. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back to the subject matter. Challenge. Hopefully get back to 1400 on this before we end the stream. Right, so back to the subject material here. Let's see, where did I put that? Oh yeah, here we are. So I will admit to being a creation, but strictly speaking, can I say that I am a creator? Remember how I was saying earlier, strictly speaking, I don't think I can make air. I can't make water. I can't make meaning. And in a sense, I can't make music. So, like, if I was to say that I'm a creator, like, how, in what sense should we take that? How seriously should we take that? Now, I have said that, to myself at least, that I am more likely to say that I'm a composer than a creator, and I tend to want to refrain from saying that I'm a composer too. But there's more to get into. Anyway, though, in the comments, Literally Smart just asked, hey, you want to play chess? And to that, I say, sure, I'd love to. Go ahead and send me a challenge. I'm Aristotle Bach. Sure. That'd be great. Yay. So I'll keep refreshing to see if I've gotten a challenge. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and do this here. Oh, this is a 15-minute one. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and try to switch between this and doing the podcasty talk if I can. But I'll wait until I get a little bit more into it. I like your position. It's always nice having those two pawns out front. Hi, there are H playing viewers, you playing viewers. Not sure what you mean there, Summer Assault. Can you re-ask that question? If you're asking, do I play the people that view this channel? This is the first request that I've had, so I guess evidently I do now. Hope y'all are having a great day, by the way. Okay. Go ahead and take that. Okay. Can I play you then? I'm just testing how good I am. Oh, sure. Sure, that'd be fun. Have to wait until this game is over though. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and go here, I think. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and go here. I don't know about y'all, but in California, we've been getting a ton of rain lately, and I'm all here for it. I love the rain. This is awesome. Is it very hard rain? No, it's not. It's very light. And there's certainly no, or not much lightning and such. Yep. And with that, it's looking very dicey for me. Very dicey indeed. In fact, so dicey. Just gonna go here. No, why did you see that? I think it started when I said, I like your opening. And then I just went more downhill from there. Oh, dude. I liked your position. Good game. Honestly, I think you should have kept going with that. I think you were doing a great job. So keep up the chess. Keep it up. So, okay, you're giving me another invite. Okay. Oh, well, thank you. Literally smart. Okay, so this time I'm gonna do this. Sometimes I like these bishop openings. Okay, so I'm gonna recheck in a second to see what progress we've made. But in other words, I think I'm becoming more like a Nicholas Malebranche. In existential comics, there's this one thing where he has philosophers playing crazy jacks or crazy eights, and this Nicholas Malebranche guy, he's annoying all the other characters by saying, if God wills it, that is. And so I think on the comedic side, I might just literally be turning into that meme. Let me go ahead and respond to this. I'll go play that. Back to here. Back to notes. So yeah, if you'd like me to talk more in terms of like small picture details about how I've designed various art projects before, like music or writing, please let me know. Or if you'd like me to talk in terms of big picture depth about how I have designed such art projects, that's the sort of thing I'm going to try to get into in this stream. This is kind of made up of two parts. In part one, I'll be talking about process, and in another, I'll be talking about approach. But I'm going to be balancing this chess game too. Okay. Literally Smart was saying, what is this? I've never played that in my life. I played this once in chess club. That's cool. That's cool. My younger brother and I used to do weekly chess tournaments in San Diego. There's a Balboa Park Chess Club. We used to do that for a while. And we used to go to, in Escondido, there was another chess club that met here for a while. We also used to do that. That was fun. I think my peak, I mentioned this in the last episode, was probably like 1,600 or so. And that was via USCF. Junior high 2012 national championships. That I think was the my peak so far, with the 2-hour per side games. Always trying to improve the blitz though. Literally Smart says our chess guy is in Legends League and in FIDE, I believe. Wow, that's awesome, dude. That's very cool. Well, I'm assuming dude, unless if you're a dudette. My apologies. Anyway. So, yeah, I'll be waiting for the next move. So, let's talk some word histories for create and compose, first and foremost. If we go to the Edom Online website, we read that to create has meant to make, to bring forth, produce, procreate, beget, cause, related to, in Greek mythology, seres. In music theory, you have the term like crescendo, which is like what happens with dough, like cookie dough, when you put it, you want to look for the crescent. You want to look for when it looks just right and it's puffed up just well enough. I'm going to go ahead and do pawn there. And also an earlier intention behind the term create was to make grow. So strictly speaking, can I say that I make things grow? I think not. I think probably not, if I'm being like 100% really, really strict. Compose is also a really interesting etymology, but I'm going to address that after I do move here. Okay, so you're probably wanting to do that sort of a thing. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and hop there. So to compose has meant to write, as in to write a book. Even earlier in the late Latin, it was to cease or to lay down. So when you are composing, in this older sense, you are laying down. You are relaxing. It's like a break. You're taking a break. And in other terms, it has meant to arrange or to direct, or to put together, to compound. And I tend to think that a lot of music is like this. A lot of stories are like this. If you were to look at, say, The Lord of the Rings, you'd find a lot of like Norse mythology and Icelandic mythology and Greek and Roman and Egyptian. And so, as we'll be talking about later, is it in fact helpful? Is it helpful to talk about these things as rip-offs, or should we call them riff-offs? I argue that we should call most art, most covers, riff-offs of earlier art forms. Literally Smart says, this is the CTP. Cool. Captures traits and positions. Ooh, I like the breakdown. The breakdown of those terms. And there are a lot of interesting YouTubers, like Tom Scott, I mentioned in the last production, who has gone into like copyright laws and that sort of thing. And there's just a lot of interesting stuff when it comes to like the psychology of identity and creation of art. How much of this can I say is truly original to me? When you listen to Bach or Handel, how much is truly original to them? And so on. Or for that matter, Katy Perry, or the Beatles, or Elton John, or Billy Joel, and so on. Okay, I'll be right back. So, by the way, a movie recommendation from me is Mr. Holland's Opus. And there's a really fascinatingly touching scene in this movie where the music teacher is trying to encourage a student who's struggling with creativity, struggling with art. And he's asking her what her favorite thing about her is. And she tells the story about how her dad, he says that her hair reminds him of the sunset. And so the music teacher says, play the sunset. Attune yourself to a more joyful space in order to play music. And I think that's great advice in general. I'm not sure where Summer Assault went, but if you wanted to play, then I'm good with playing you, too. Okie dokie. Now, what I assume you're wanting to do is me to take this so that your knight can go here and do a check. And that's a very fine thing to look forward to, but I'm going to try to not give in if I can. In the Middle, which is a really cool TV show, there's a scene where Brick, who's the youngest of the family, he's a really bookish sort of a character, is having a sit down with his father Mike, and they're at a lake. But of course, Brick is trying to read a book about that lake. And so I think this show, here's a meme that I think this show already has in mind, but I've just put some labels on here. I think Mike is a good representative for ontology, or for being in the moment, being with you here and now. Whereas Brick is perhaps the best paradigm for like epistemology or becoming. Brick is always, trying to grasp at things, trying to get better and better and better and better, more and more knowledge and so on. Whereas Mike is trying to say, well, hey, put down your book for a second, which has black and white photos, and just look at the colorful lake right in front of you. And I think this is important for art too, because in artistic philosophy, there's also the war between epistemology and ontology. It's just very tricky stuff. Okie dokie. So, yep, you did that. So the question is, what will I do in response? And I'm thinking... I'll do that. Let's go ahead and just go down. Ah, I like that. And with that, 'tis the end. Very well played. Very well played. By the way, I don't see, how do I do a friend request via here? Let's see if I can, yeah, add friend. Yay. Okay. Very good game. Very good game. Awesome sauce. So, right, we were talking about the artistic war of, thank you, Literally Smart says, hit the thumbs up. Yeah, let me, oh, I guess it's a little bit late to do that. But, yeah, very good. Very good game. Dum, bum, bum. Yay. Yay, thanks for playing. Cool. So where was I at? I was saying middle. Ontology versus epistemology, being versus becoming. And Literally Smart says, we played almost perfect chess. Yes, indeed. So, right, that was a preamble. We were talking about, to catch all of you up if you haven't been here the whole time, I did a segue from Rainn Wilson to some chess games, and then talked a little bit of church fathers, and then talked a little bit about the middle just now. So let's get into process. Part 1 of 2 is talking about the artistic process, like the big picture stuff that I typically tend to think about. And the first guy that I want to refer y'all to is Mr. Rob Bell, who did a fantastic series on poets, prophets, preachers. You can find a few different catalogs of this. One place is from this Dwayne R. Nisley account. And it's like 5 or so core videos and then some smaller videos from some additional co-speakers. And what I wanted to do is play you just some portions from one of his talks here, because I think he could give some great tips for creativity and a great overall general perspective. So I'm going to go ahead and open this up here and turn down some of this.
It down. You don't know when a...
And let me go ahead and back up to 1058 or so, which is where I wanted to play from.
Talk about the biblical text. Those of you who are like, okay, what's the give me a little bit of stuff to get handles on here. If I encounter something that strikes me in some way, I write it down. Something that grabs me, something that jumps out, something that grabs me by the neck and says, I am something. You don't know what right now, but I am something. I take a picture of it. My phone has a camera on it. I see a billboard that makes me laugh. I pull over and I take a picture of it. I have a moment in the woods and something strikes me about that moment. I take a picture of it. I save it. I ask for it. I'm at the store and they have a thing behind the counter and it's this, and it's like, it's the epitome of something that, can I have that? You'd be amazed how many people just give you stuff if you ask for it. I give it, and stay. I get it, I clip it, I tear it out, I store it. Somebody mentioned to me the other day in an article I was reading, the writer referenced a study done in a British biology magazine. I clipped the article, but then I made a note, find that study. Because the reference made was like, whoa, very interesting what that is. Store it, mark it, remember it, and here's the key, with no edit button. You don't know why. You don't know what it means. You don't know where it's going to fit in the sermon. You don't know any of that. And for so many people, they have so many layers of filters that no wonder then it's hard to tap into that explosive, energetic, dynamic creativity that just kind of unleashes on people. There's so many layers built up, it can't even come in. How's it ever going to come out? Does that make sense? So part of it is just, I don't know, I had this conversation with somebody, and they had this phrase they used to describe how they see their kids. And they used this phrase, and it was really like, it was so weird, and yet it was a perfect description of what it's like to try and get a 3-year-old to behave. And so write it down. You don't know when 18 months from now you will be working on something, and all of a sudden you realize, you know what goes here in this teaching? The story about my friend and the thing he said. Does that make sense?
Now, fantastic talk. I totally agree that with where he's going to in talks like this. Some people are probably like, oh my goodness, why are you talking about sermons? They're so boring. They literally mean we're waiting for lunch. And that's actually a joke he makes in the very first one. But if there's anybody who gets the idea of trying to do compelling messages that are balanced just right on a weekly or bi-weekly basis, then it's preachers. Sure, you've got all these other, influencers and content creators, and maybe you'd say that I am included in that category, perhaps. But the thing is, these folks get a lot more pressure to get things, just right. And if they don't, they get a lot of cynicism or criticism. And I think he gets that there is an art and there is a dramatic glory. There is a craft to the sermon. Maybe not every preacher channels this, but this is for sure what preachers have to deal with. They're always students of the culture, always students of the moment, and trying to figure out, trying to discern, okay, what is happening now? Remember Mike Heck, ontology. What's happening now that will be helpful for later too. So that's one little clip. Inspiration is everywhere is the first big point that I'm going to be sharing with you. And this reminds me of SpongeBob.
Now for some impressions. A guy...
I'm not going to play the clip because I don't want the powers that be to get mad at me. But in this episode of SpongeBob, there's this piece of paper right here. And the whole time Squidward wants this piece of paper. And Squidward is, well, I say it a little bit differently below. But let me just show you another one of these YouTube videos from the same episode.
Squidward, do you want your other stuff? Because
eventually he goes broke. Squidward goes broke because he wants that piece of paper. He sees SpongeBob doing all of this creative stuff with this piece of paper. And so this cartoon gets us asking some very fundamental questions about what is creativity. I would say that the piece of paper, the idea, the clip, the so on that Mr. Rob Bell was talking about, is worth full. Not worth less. It is worth full. But SpongeBob exemplifies how it has got to be approached with a worthy, wholesome, and holy attitude. Squidward keeps trying to puff himself up and one-up SpongeBob, but he ends up being broke. This reminds me of passages like Proverbs 16:18, as well as 1 Corinthians 8:1, which both basically say the same thing. Pride goes before destruction, and a high mind before the fall. This is Squidward. As touching things sacrificed unto idols, we know that we all have knowledge, but knowledge puffs up. Love, however, edifies. And in his own way, I think SpongeBob exemplifies the virtue of love more often than Squidward. Squidward, again, in some ways, he's a bit like Brick from the middle, because he sort of more stresses epistemology, whereas SpongeBob is more about ontology, just like Mike Heck. Oh my goodness, I'm comparing the middle with SpongeBob. Anyway, let's go ahead and check out another clip here. I've got this sectioned out a little bit differently, but this is from his first talk, Mr. Rob Bell's first talk. And I'm going to go ahead and get to the exact clip I want to get at, which is the first 4 minutes. Now we get to that joke we were talking about before, but I'm going to go ahead and increase the playback speed just a bit. Go 1.5.
Dearly beloved, brothers and sisters, friends and family, ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here today to talk about the sermon. Now, if you were to ask the average person on the average street what they think about the word sermon, what would you hear? If you were to ask the person on the street, what do you think when you hear the word sermon? What are your memories? What are your images? What associations come to mind? What would you hear? Would you hear intelligent, provocative, holy, inspiring, challenging, comforting, healing, revolutionary, or would you hear other words? We're gathered here because it's time to reclaim the sermon. It's a brilliant, primal art form. It's been around for years and it's taken a bit of beating recently, but what we need is a whole new generation of people who will embrace it as the beautiful, sacred, compelling art form that it is. And as things, come on, as the world gets more Twitterized, I believe that what's going to happen more and more is actual people gathered in an actual room with an actual person who has actual flesh and blood, who is actually talking in real time about things that actually matter, and people actually hearing it and saying, I was there, and it did something to me. And so as everything goes a particular direction, I am fully convinced that this art form is going to have a resurgence, because as it gets less, it's going to get more interesting, more compelling. As less people have faith in it, it's going to be all the more brilliant and counterintuitive and counterculture, and I believe you're probably here because you have that sense. For many people in our culture, let's be honest, the sermon is something to be endured. The sermon raises the question, when is lunch? For many people, the sermon is simply something you get through. It's boring, insipid, lifeless. The last thing they would think of is, okay, whatever you do, don't miss that. Because someone's going to throw it down, and wherever you are on it, it's going to be something. Perhaps that's the worst thing that happens when it isn't anything. I don't know what it was. It was to be endured. For other people, the fundamental posture towards a sermon is it's to be evaluated. And so the two sacred questions are, number one, did you like it? I did. I liked it. You did? I liked it too. So-and-so didn't really like it. But other people do like it. They like stories. But my friend likes video clips. And some people like to take notes. And the sermon begins pretty much, do you like it? A bit like a sweater or a pair of trousers. Did you like it? And for others, it's not, did you like it? But it's, did they do a good job? How was it? You know, she did a good job. Yeah, but how did you do? Because the point was to listen and then do something with it. Can you imagine? Think about hearing Martin Luther King Jr. in his dream speech, and at the end saying, I don't know, he would have been long, and I've heard some of those stories before. You don't think about it, and you don't think, I don't know, did you like it? No, the last category you put that in is about it happened, and you were either there or you weren't, but that was something. We're talking here about the greatest truths humans have ever stumbled upon. We are talking about resurrection. We are talking about a new creation bursting forth right here in the midst of this one, and somebody stands up in public and talks about that, and the best way people can process it is, yeah, I think she did a pretty good job. Perhaps we need to rescue people from this kind of perspective.
And relatedly, I'm going to hop over to 2032 to 2021-ish. 2022. Yeah, just about here.
Really hurts. Like, can't we just do it like, it has like the old Rob. Oh, ugh. It's like getting kicked in the stomach. And then there is all of the various things that we are expected to balance perfectly and effortlessly. Like, be vulnerable and honest and personal, but not too personal, because that's a therapy session. And we need lots of Bible, but not too much, because it has to relate to what's happening in our lives and in the world today, but it can't be political, and it has to be challenging and deep and significant, and at the same time, easy for everybody to understand. And it has to be funny, but not too funny, because you're not a comedian, and you're a pastor. And while you're at it, mix it up and try new things, and don't get in a rut, but make sure to be consistent and talk about your own struggles, but not too much, because that's kind of depressing. And we love stories about your family, but not too many, because that can be weird. Just be vulnerable and honest.
Like, yeah, that struggle is real. And I'm saying that preachers regularly struggle from that sort of thing all the time, but certainly lots of other content creators face the same sort of struggle. And so, by the way, a while ago in 2020, I submitted a story for an English class, which was it was inspired by an Edgar Allan Poe story, and you can find it and you can read it. But here's just a little clip, which is alongside what Mr. Rob Bell was just saying. So I begin with this quote from Julius Caesar, and I forget what Anaristokyllos has meant, but anyway, I begin with that quote. And then I write, in the style of Edgar Allan Poe, it has been quite profoundly suggested by certain work amongst classical Latin antiquities that ab uno disce omnes. From one thing, one can learn all. There are some imposed limitations to art which do not allow themselves to be transcended. Audiences, rather curiously every now and then, simultaneously wish that their favorite artists, their tour guides into inscapes innumerable, would generate content which is in line with those genres of creativity to which they have become accustomed, and yet also desire that their favorite artists would generate content that would surprise, astound, and inspire them. Thusly, more and more creators, some of music, some of paintings, some of books, and so on, become practitioners of kenosis, as they seek to please their devotees whilst also wishing to attract new crowds, even as they also sigh and groan to make it their solemn mission to somehow still fight to create art which flows from their innermost beings. Now and then, alas, the consciences of artists gird their loins in preparedness to hoist themselves up on crosses of their own design, so that past generations of artists may be honored, so that future aeons of ingenuity may find ample soil from which to grow ever more fruitful works of ingenuity, and so that the present generation may find productions which will thrust them into such paradoxical perplexity and into such incredible inspiration that they have no choice but to reckon honestly with their situation and progress boldly into the murky future. And thus the quintessence of all art is prophetic. And so, as you can probably tell, now that I've juxtaposed those two things, I wrote this part partly because I was quite inspired by Mr. Rob Bell's way of putting things. But I still hold this, that this struggle is real. There's something about this psychological struggle of creativity that happens. It's very common. Why does it happen? Why is it so common? And how does kenosis tie into all of this? Well, we're going to get into that some more, but it's probably high time that I do some more chess and turn on some more lo-fi music. So let's go ahead and do some more chess. I'm going to go ahead and do a 3-minute game. Okay. So here's where International Master Jeremy Selman would probably have some thoughts here. My pawn structure is pointed this way, so it looks as though I'm posed for this sort of attack on the queen side. But on the other hand, this player is aiming toward the king side. So, got to keep that in mind. I'm going here because he could easily do check if I'd moved my queen over there. I'll take this. I'll take this. Threaten to take this while still keeping an eye down here. Do this. Ooh, I can also go there for check. I'll probably incorporate that. King moves here or there. I'll move back here. I'm thinking probably knight here would be nice. But you're doing that, so if I go here. Okay, alright. Cool. But what if I go here and threaten this? Okay. Now what if I go back here? Okay, so you're just gonna go do that. What if I go here? What if I go back here? Threaten this again. Ooh. Let's open things up, shall we? Okay. And now I'm gonna plop this right here. Yep, and then do this here. Alright, I'll castle, finally. Okay, can I get up to 1400 in 3 minutes before this stream ends? Which conceivably could last me until 6 or so California time. How fast can I actually get through all of the material I'm hoping to get through? I may split this up into a 2-parter episode, but I'll see if I can avoid that. threatening that. Oh, I'll go right here. Yes, there's this threat. And 'tis true, I do not want certain things to transpire. I'm just going to go ahead and move right here because I don't want that mate to happen. But probably move his queen down and check, and then I'll move this here. Queen takes, or better yet, that doesn't happen. Cool. Double threat to the queen. Well, let's just regroup. Oh, bad. I forgot the rook was there. That was a terrible blunder from yours truly. And that's it. Okay, let's do a new one where I don't make a blunder. Just kidding. I'll probably blunder. And then after this one, I'll get back to the main content. Try to challenge my inner Wilhelm Steinitz in closed position. Glory. Takes. I'll go ahead and scooch over here. Let's see. I'll go there. Okay, maybe I do have a chance at getting to 1400 before I eventually end. Okay, so most recently we were talking about Rob Bell, his tips on creativity, his big picture tips. And I wanted to go ahead and play another clip from one of his talks from his Poets, Prophets, Preachers playlist here. And I'm going to scroll over to 2435 through 2607. Okay, so let's go 24. What did I say? 2435? Yeah, I did. Okay, well, it's a little bit. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and turn down this music just a little bit.
Sometimes a sermon, there's sort of performance art. I mean, Ezekiel's roots there, what he does, that's Banksy. I mean, that's a gesture, a loaded gesture in public that people can infer from it what it means. Like, whoa, I can't believe he just said that. Even if he didn't say a thing. There's a degree to...
Read your Old Testament. There's some really good prophets there doing performance art. Like, pretty sure it was Ezekiel who went a whole year around a city naked, buck naked, proclaiming, disaster on people who were doing really bad, terrible things. And that act was symbolic of the naked shame that would come about if these nations kept up doing their dastardly deeds.
Which is guerrilla theater. He sets up, he does his thing, and he's gone. People, whoa, something just happened. What was that? And you are discussing it, and you are interacting with it, and people are sharing their responses to it. It's actions that evoke. Sometimes the sermon, you are doing something, and it is evoking something out of people. Perhaps you've had these moments when you were teaching or preaching or working on something, and you realized, what I need to do at that point in the sermon is I have to do whatever it is. I can talk about that all day long. But actually what I need to do is this. I need to wear that. I need to cut that. I need to glue that. I need to turn that over. I need to throw that. I need to invite that person up on stage. I need to, whatever it is. When you talk about the sermon as an art form, it's got as much in common with performance art as all sorts of things. When they talk about John the Baptist, what do they say? The brother brought it, the words, the poetry. What do they also always describe? What he ate, what he wore. He used the full package. And people, because why? Because it made statements. Because he was preaching long before he opened his mouth. Like, oh, whoa, look who's coming. He's already made statements just by his presence. Or sometimes the sermon, next slide, in Acts 4, they were astonished and they took note that these men had been with Jesus. What you find with the apostles again and again is they had been with Jesus. They saw something and it changed everything.
So again, this is true for sermons, and this is true for compositions of music or compositions, even like chess puzzle compositions. You need to have a sense of awe and a sense of wonder when you're trying to get into a creative mood. And even if you can't, even if you find yourself, say, in a writer's block, well, that's okay. You can get through that. It may take a while, but that's part of one of the great tips earlier on in this episode, earlier on in this talk, actually. Or maybe it was earlier on in the stream, you heard him talk about how if you're going to be creative, if you're going to try to get into a composer or a compiler mindset, then that needs to be a 24/7 thing. You need to think, just observe the world around you, observe your environment, and be like, oh, that meme, that looks cool. Oh, that TV star doing that thing over there, that looks cool. Notice I started with Rainn Wilson in today's podcast. He's a very interesting guy. And I thought, oh, it'd be great to have if I can't have a conversation with him in person, it would be at least great to create this sort of conversational environment where it's as if I was having a conversation with him face to face. And so that's the cool thing about composition and creativity. It's not that colloquially, sure, maybe you can say I'm a creator, but strictly speaking, I think the heart of creativity on a human level, or composition on a human level, is being observant of everything around you, being aware, and then trying to see how this connects to that, which connects to that other thing. And then he was talking about the Old Testament prophets and New Testament prophets, and just collated some links, which will be in the episode description later. Bible Odyssey has an article on the Old Testament prophets as performers, really good. Ministry Matters did an article on prophets as performance artists. That's also great. My Jewish Learning has another article on Ezekiel. I was talking about Ezekiel going naked for a year. So there you go. There's a little teaser. So let's keep playing some more clips from this broadcast. I've only got a couple more from this one before I slightly switch gears. So 2651. Let me zoom over here.
Again. And so the sermon sometimes is witness. You have seen something, and you have to talk about it. If you don't share it, speak it, tell it, point to it, express it, preach it, you will spontaneously combust. Sometimes when you see a sermon, you go, man, that thing did something. Whoa. What you are seeing is somebody, they met the resurrected Christ. They saw heaven crashing into earth. They witnessed something, and they had to share it. It's that feeling before you're about to give a sermon, and you think, man, I cannot wait to bring this. It's that feeling when you've got a sermon coming up, and everybody you meet, you're like, hey, by the way, have you noticed in Lamentations chapter 2? Check this out. You're in a restaurant, and you're drawing it on a napkin. You're jogging along, and you're seeing people, hey, dude, I got to stop and tell you this. This is so fresh. Unbelievable. What is
And if you think about it, too, aren't some of the most interesting people that you meet those who have a sense of overwhelming passion and excitement and awe, and they just have to get this thing out. They just have to say, or it doesn't even have to be like, that excitable. It could be really soft, but oh my goodness, you have to check this out. It's life-changing. So in order to do art, in order to be creative, like, the gateway is wonder. And I'm not the only one who said that. I'm pretty sure Plato has said things like that. And I think Gregory of Nyssa too. But let's keep moving forward. So I wanted to play 5104 next. So let's go ahead over there, 5104. All right.
boom, done. But I believe that what you find with Jesus, it's less about the last word, and it's a bit more about having the first word. It's a bit less about ending the discussion, and a bit more about starting the discussion. My understanding is that a great teaching, a great sermon, a great talk, it gets things rolling. Now, it's not just a vague, like, here are 21 questions I'm kind of woo about. No, it's something was said, and it was defined, and it was clear, and it was compelling. But if it's true, period, if it's true, then it's going to plunge you into all sorts of mysteries and truths and revelations, because if it comes from God, that's a pretty deep pool to be swimming in. So my hope is that these days together are, in some ways, a microcosm of what happens when people are being taught and when sermons are really cooking. This is talks that start talks.
Yeah, 100%. So this reminds me, this is why I have a blog, so that way I can capture some things that are really interesting to me at certain points. And in one post, I said, I brought up Mr. David J. Slaver's excellent book on surviving the sermon, which hits on a lot of the same points that he's talking about. There are actually 6 rules of thumb concerning the craft of preaching, but they apply to, I think, all of art as well. And let me just go ahead and hit up some of those for you. Paradoxical. So, preaching art is much more a matter of listening than it is of speaking or expressing. Preaching or art is far more a community interaction than it is an individual monologue. Effective preaching or art is at root more descriptive of the human condition and of the God who reaches toward that condition than it is prescriptive about how we must, ought, or should think, feel, or act. Good preaching, good art, evokes a response from listeners more than it exhorts them to respond. Preaching is more continuing process than finished product, even if the sermon is written out and delivered verbatim. Preaching is a creative action, not just a historical, theological, or scriptural report. I think these are 6 very, very good points to keep in mind. I think I'm nearing the end of the quote, these Rob Bell things, but there's a little bit more in this talk to get into. But cool. Looks like I'm halfway. So let me go ahead and hit up this talk and get to where I want to get to first. So let's see, 26. Let's get back here.
You don't know.
Let's see. Oh, 5646. My bad. 5646 is here-ish. Okay.
Almost like an overview. Can I go back to that one for a second? Yeah. I should probably say something here. Sometimes people talk about memorizing. Well, how do you memorize? But the things I've observed from people who really seem to have it way, way, way deep down, and it seems almost like they're just talking, like, where in the world is the outline? Do they have that all in their brain? Whenever I observe people who have that, I'm always in awe of it. That thing is broken down into its major components. So, dearly beloved, 4 things. 5 things, 6 things, circle, God said, 1, 2, 3, correct? So it's not an hour and 15 minutes of words in there, like word. There is a 10,000 foot altitude, a 20,000 foot altitude, a 30,000 foot altitude. I don't know what that is. That's probably about as high. So there are multiple points under Ezekiel, there are multiple points under Acts, but I left those out of this because that's a sort of, so I just begin and there's a 4, and there's a 5, and there's a 6. So I've broken it down into its smallest piece. You can't memorize the whole thing, but you can know the parts. And if you know the parts, can you memorize 4 things? Could you memorize 3 things? Great. So now you have 7 things you've just memorized.
Really great talk. And so what he's saying is very true, and it applies across several disciplines. If we want to talk geometry, Euclid's Elements, I'm a big fan. In Euclid's Elements, well, how does that look like? You sketch an outline and then you dive deeper. Let me go ahead and show you. So Euclid's Elements, Euclid was a Greek philosopher of mathematics in proportions. What does he do? He starts out with definitions and postulates and common notions. He's got, 5 common notions, 5 postulates, and 23 definitions. But from there, he goes on to several propositions, like this one, proposition 1, and then he draws a figure, and then he breaks down the logic of how these different things relate to each other. But it starts from the outline. Okay. Now, I'm a big fan specifically of this proposition because this icosahedron is, dare I say, it's sexy. I like it. It's really, it's so aesthetic. I mean, just look at all those points interacting with the different points, and oh my goodness, I love this proposition. This is great. So all of this sort of reminds me of Mr. Morton Lordson when he's talking about how he wrote Die Reton, which is a great catchy folk song. He explains how he did that. And a key word there is motifs, just these little tiny phrases. Like if you can get those phrases just right, then the rest of it goes very well. I'm going to play a couple clips so you can hear him talk about it. But I'm going to try to be careful because I don't want the powers that be to get mad about music that I don't have the rights to. So I'm going to skip over to 149. Yeah.
And then I went ahead and derived the melody from those 4 notes.
Those 4 notes. Okay. So same thing with the story. If you just have 4 words, how much can you explore with, like, how many more ideas can you travel to?
This chord. Here's the melody.
And then let's go to 207 through 222. Roughly here. Yeah.
Because one of the characteristics of any folk song is its simplicity. It must be easily sung. It must be able to pass down from generation to generation, vocally, and catchy as well.
Very good song. Highly recommend it. And so here's an addendum that I just added today. Within the most recent episode of season 3, Grillin' with a Cup of ... I had an episode on a pattern language, on architecture, coding, Pagioian symbolism, Platonic forms, and the New Testament Epistle of Hebrews. And in there, I'm mainly talking about Christopher Alexander's architectural theory book on a pattern language. And same point. Before you lay out the structural details, establish a philosophy of structure. Go to the really high ground. Get a big picture idea, which will let the structure grow directly from those plans and from your conception of the buildings. On the basis of the plans which you've made, work out the complete structural layout. And this is the last thing that you do on paper before you actually start to build. Similarly, the art of debate involves 90% prep. In this talk, hosted by Pints with Aquinas, by the way, great coffee mug / beer stein, there's this conversation which happens, and Gavin Ortland, who's a Protestant, not a Roman Catholic like either of these two dudes, he's saying the same thing, and I'd like to play a little bit from there too. So if you'd like to get into debate, this is where this topic is addressed. Let's hit up 1742, roughly. Let that load.
You meant from math, music, anything like that.
Okay. And let me get to the specific part that I'd like to get to, which is 17, ish, here.
Are there people I'm sure there's people you heard debate and you're like, oh, please don't debate. You're not good at it. You know, like you must have had some natural aptitude for conflict and engaging on these issues before you stepped in the ring. Mm-hmm. But what would your advice be to people perhaps on whether they should begin to debate or not?
I think knowing the different medium. So it's kind of like preaching a sermon versus giving an academic presentation. If you don't understand academics and you're just used to preaching, you need to learn. This is an entirely different kind of discourse to do an academic presentation. Similarly, pastoral ministry, academic work, those are both completely different from debate and apologetics.
Right.
It's a completely different style of discourse. So you just have to learn the rules. And that's hard. It takes time. I did debate in high school. And then I didn't do debates after that until a few years ago. But just learning the value of preparation. I think preparation is 95% of a debate. You can't do it in the moment unless you're a super genius. You have to be basically prepared for whatever you're going to encounter beforehand, so you're just ready to go in the moment. And then thinking about sound bites and rhetoric and succinct expression that will catch the ear. I think those are some of the values. So people just need to learn, and think through, am I good at those skills, I guess.
Yeah, it's hard because I don't want to tell someone you have to bat 1,000, like you have to be perfect. Like I've done debates where I'm like, I probably would have done that a little differently, or, always being self-critical. But at the same time, I have seen some debates, whether it's a Catholic or just a Christian, like a Protestant. I've seen Protestant Christians debate atheists, and I've watched, and it is highly unfortunate to watch a train wreck with your side.
Yes.
It's just like,
that's what prevented me from watching the Hitchens-Cragg debate. I had watched a few people debate Hitchens, and he just skewered them. And I thought, I can't watch another debate where my guy loses. But I watched it, and I was obviously pleasantly surprised.
Of
Craig
course.
wiped the floor with him, but yeah.
And so, like,
you
when
do a disservice, you can do a disservice to the gospel if you're too prideful to be able to acknowledge that I'm not good in this format.
Well, I think if you want to do debates and dialogues, you have to treat it sort of like boxing. Laura's going to be rolling around her head. Stop it already. My only other hobby outside of apologetics is like your first round can't be with the heavyweight champion. Like you're going with other people in your division. So if you're someone who's like, I want to do debates like Trainer Gavin does, it's like, okay, go on like a smaller YouTube channel and give that a try. Like I watched a debate once with a Protestant Christian debating a it was clear it was like his first debate, and it was with an atheist apologist who had done like 60 debates. And so it was like watching Mike Tyson go up against a total rookie. And it was just like, it was just pain. And the person also didn't have a particular aptitude for debate, like with the manner in which they spoke, for example. So I think if you do it, you have to be humble, recognize your limits, and also have, the book of Proverbs says that a plan with many counselors succeeds. So like to have other people who will honestly tell you if you're on the right track. Like you don't have to be perfect, but they should be able to see you have a knack for it. And as you do it, there's a trajectory of positivity. But you got to have those people who are not yes men, who are willing to tell you, I don't know if this is the gift you're called to, which is the same. You might encounter someone they could be like a brilliant theologian. And you've probably had this. You meet Protestant authors, brilliant theologians, and they give a sermon, and it's it's a dreck.
Yeah. And one thing that we can do is just, if someone out there is wondering, should I do debates? You can do one that's not public.
Right.
You can find an atheist friend and just spar with them, and then things grow out of that. But if your motive is, I want to, be known and I want people to watch this and that kind of thing, you might just dive in too quickly. So that's another thing. Not every one of our conversations has to be for the cameras.
Yeah.
We can just talk without, and taking away the public audience really depressurizes things. It's a great way to learn.
Now, on the YouTube space, I really think that Paul Vanderklay and associated channels are doing a fantastic job of getting lots of different agnostics and atheists and non-theists and Buddhists and neo-pagans and Jewish folks and Christians to have conversations with each other. Debates that are civil and discussions that are kind. And this is the sort of thing that I'm all here for as well. But again, the point is 90% of all of this is prep and listening and observing. So in terms of ego, that ego can't be like Squidward. It's got to be it's got to be more like SpongeBob. And again, I'm drawing on the analogy which I said earlier. There's that episode with a piece of paper, and Squidward trades everything that he has for that piece of paper, but his attention is misdirected. Another great YouTube video on debating, which I just came across today, is this one, so I highly recommend checking out this. Cameron Bertuzzi on Capturing Christianity is talking to Nate Sala, who's fantastic. And now officially we get to part 2 in this talk. And I'll just get a little bit of a headway into this before I get back to chess, and hopefully I can wrap up within the hour or so. So I've got 8 propositions for all of us, mainly a sermon to myself. And this first one begins with this proposition: raise your epistemological standards, but lower your expectational barriers. And that gets you optimal performance. Just like curb your enthusiasm. In Curb Your Enthusiasm, like, there's a very high view of comedy. There's a tremendous skill in being able to be relaxed enough to improvise to this or that scene that's happening right in front of you. They have just a basic idea of where they're going to go, but the rest of it is improv. And this is a perfect show, which I think kind of demonstrates sort of high art. Raise your standards, lower maybe a little bit of the enthusiasm if that's an expectational barrier. And again, like I've been asking throughout this whole thing and the previous episodes, is originality the point? How much art, how many songs, how many stories can you think of that are purely original? When we look at art works, are we looking for something that's so completely unique? Or are we looking at something that has paid attention and opens us to paying more attention to the world around us? To seeing in a different way, to noticing my mistakes, and maybe where I can go better from here. So I think originality probably isn't the point. And I'm going to keep exploring this in this channel. And this is just one episode in that journey. Eventually, in a couple days, as I've mentioned, I'm going to be collaborating with these 2 fantastic women here on a podcast episode. And I think this is what got it started. I made a comment here and I replied, as a chocoholic, I do have to agree that chocolate granola is fantastic. I appreciate how y'all emphasize authenticity, honesty, passion, fun, and a fine-tuned awareness of the quality of our attention or focus. I'm reminded of the classic Greek phrase, know thyself, know thyself done. Then my brain goes to Mr. Jimmy Durant's Make Someone Happy, which is a song that I sing at the Senior Center, which I go to every Sunday. Make someone happy. And this reminds me of Mr. Billy Joel's Baby Grand, which is another fantastic song. Point is, fame ebbs and flows like the ocean, so you can't be focused on fame. Genuinely caring for everyone and everything all the time ought to be the point. Furthermore, in a jazz piano improv class at Palomar College, I recall how Professor Bob Weller how he said something to the tune that creativity is vulnerability. And to be vulnerable optimally, one must practice relaxation. So to be creative involves practicing relaxation, which I think y'all are doing very well. Then my psyche goes to free divers who go to places like Deep Dive Dubai. And apparently such folks can spend a whole lot of time underwater with just one breath. But they have to practice relaxation in such a vulnerable state. That's the only way you can do it. And so ahead, I've got a little bit more on that theme, but I think this part of the stream should go a lot quicker than that first, establishing the big picture stuff, the more big picture things. So I'm going to go ahead and play another chess game, and then we'll get back to the content. And actually, I'm going to turn up the music just a little bit more for right now. Yeah. Okay. New 3 minutes. Strong queenside opening. I'm digging it. I meant to move to e6, but I'll work with this. Threatening this. He's probably thinking, distract the bishop so it's no longer here, so that you can do this check and get all choice of between the queen and the rook, but I'll just threaten mate, but that's easily deflectable. I'm going to free up a little bit of space here. And then I'm going to go here. I don't want to take here because then the rook could have gone there. Well, probably the best response is to go here. Kind of worked myself into a corner. Let's just go ahead and go back here. Could do pawn here. Check. Oh boy. This is gnarly. Ooh, nice. I'll just go ahead and go here. And mate. Let's go a new game. This way, the rook will have a harder time coming right here. I'll just move here. And then I will go back to this stronghold. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, castle. New stronghold. New hedge of protection. Let's take this. I'll go over here. Except that leaves that open to be taken. Do this. Then this. Going for here. And then let's get this. I'm wondering if I can just make this happen. Do that sort of thing. Okay. Let's do another one. Let's do this. Then this. Knight takes, I take. Okay. Now let's go up here. Get this. Takes there. I go here. I'll just take this. Check, king moves, or that. That works too. Check. Okay. Ooh, wait. I can do that. And I'll go here. Okay. Well, let's move this here. So that way I'm not in check. If anything happens there. Go ahead and go. Oh, that was a blunder. That was a huge blunder. But this is a partial remedy. Pawn push. Move over here. Trying to avoid a draw. You can take the rook. takes. Oh, wow. That should not have been a draw. That should have been a loss. And then, okay, after this game, we'll get back to the content. Thinking of here, but also there. Sure. Knight there, check. Okay, so I'll go here. I was thinking of taking that with the queen, but might as well save the knight. And also threaten that. Now the rook's in a corner. Gotta do something there. Go here. Could push the pawn there, secure the knight, and attack the queen. Okay. I'll go here. Oh, but I could have taken there. I should have thought of that. Oh well. I'll just go ahead and grab this while it's out there. Get over here. Queen could go there. Or, sure, that'll work. Cool. 1384. All right. So beforehand, we were just talking about we're talking about art, creativity, approach toward art in a big picture way, but less big picture than I was at before in part 1. First proposition was raise your epistemological standards and lower your expectational barriers. Or, if you prefer, maybe it's more fitting with the whole episode, raise your ontological standards and lower your other sorts of barriers. Actually, I probably should have put this like this. Raise ontology, lower epistemology. That probably should have been what I said, but I'm saying it now, at least. Raise ontology, lower epistemology. Focus on being here now and paying attention and improvising and relaxing enough to do that. And even if things don't go as you anticipate or as you hope, like you've seen me lose more chess games than I've won, be relaxed. Take the losses in stride. Curb Your Enthusiasm is a great example of this. I read this comment, which gets me on a couple of other places to explore. Check out the family, the Weller family band. Professors Bob and Ellen are fantastic. They've taught me so much through Palomar College in the music theory and music skills departments. They have this recording of a Beatles song, but they record it in such an interesting way. I'd like to play a little bit from the opening. I won't play the whole thing because of copyrights and all that, but let's go ahead and just listen to a little bit here. This is Professor Bob who's going to be playing.
Dedicated to my new daughter-in-law.
I can't play much more than that, but go ahead and check them out. Professor Bob has gone on record to say that the key to creativity is relaxing, vulnerability. And this is in common with freedivers. Sometimes I like to look at videos like this. The Atlantic has a video on freediving. There's Screw the Box from Dean Verhoeven, Beautiful Destinations. There's this special with Kiki Bosch. Now, she likes to do freediving in really cold places like the Antarctic. And freediving in warm water is hard enough, so I don't know how she does icebergs. You can also see couples like Matt and Summer doing a special on Deep Dive Dubai and what it's like over there in that aquatic place of glory. B1M has done a video on how Dubai has built the world's deepest pool, and they're not kidding, it is the deepest pool. Let's just take a little bit of a look-see from here, and hopefully the powers that be don't get a little bit possessive with this. Let me go ahead and play 135 through 244 for y'all, roughly around here.
There is no place for fear, no place for panic, no place for mistakes.
I'm gonna lower them just a little bit. Well, actually, that may be a little bit too loud still. So that to about here.
Under the ice, you need total control of the place, the time, and to trust yourself completely.
Now, for somebody who's religious of any variety, trust yourself. Who is the self that you're trusting? Christians, I think, if they were free divers, would probably say, well, God is that self. This is another kind of baptism. And I am entrusting myself. I'm dying with Christ so that I can be reborn. Muslims would probably say something similar. Buddhists would probably say something similar. Kind of being at one with the Brahman and the Atman, God out there, God in here, and so on. But let's keep listening.
When you can do all that, you can find a different world. A world so peaceful, so beautiful, endless and desolate.
Notice there's no scuba gear. It's probably just goggles and your breath. Check out again Don Verhoeven. Check out this video and all of these sorts of videos. It's fascinating. Ghulam Neri has done a piece on the exhilarating piece of free diving, and there's a quote from this 20-minute video. Learning how to breathe is learning how to live better. Again, going to SpongeBob. SpongeBob would agree, I think, and so would Mike Heck of the Middle TV show. Ontology. Learn how to be in the moment. Learn how to relax. Learn how to be open. And that'll translate well to any other discipline. So let's get some more music back on. Turn this up a little bit more. So relatedly, Psyche.co, it had this article. Music is a philosophy, rich in ideas that language cannot say. I'm not going to read the whole thing right now. I've already been going for 3 hours and 10 minutes, but I'm just going to pull out some bits from these screenshots. In every lesson, the piano teacher, or whoever was the teacher here, would repeat slowly and emphatically and with measured pauses. It's the space between the notes that matters. Okay? Music is a Socratic teacher. It's a conversation. It's a back and forth. It's a dialogue. You say this, I say that. This is the same with fugues, too. You say this, I say that. Okay, I guess I'll pull this, too. You can tell whether a man is clever by his answers. You can tell whether a man is wise by his questions. So clever, that's like the realm of science, of knowledge. That's more epistemology. But wisdom, how to apply this or that piece of knowledge in the moment, that's sapience. That's ontology. So I used to think that epistemology was all that. But now I'm coming around to thinking that ontology is all that. Ontology and sapience. So proposition 2 of 8. Composing, and I've already hinted at this before, composing is remixing and rearranging materials and bits. Asha Dornfest has said, I think new writers are too worried that it has all been said before. And sure it has, but not by you. And that's an important thing to keep in mind. This is like Ecclesiastes 1, 9 through 11, and 3, 1 through 8. And both of those passages are well summarized in this song, Turn, 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 by the Beards, or the Birds. I forget how to say them. It's a groovy song, and again, it's based on this. What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun. Is there anything of which can say, look, this is something new, this is something original? No, you have to go back as far as to the creation of the cosmos in order to say this is new. Most everything that we talk about colloquially, though, if it's this. It was here already, long ago. It was here before our time. No one remembers the former generations, and even those yet to come will not be remembered by those who follow them. Give me just a second. What's up? Yeah. No. No. I have mine, which is there. Mom came in with a question about an iPad. I don't think I have it. And that song by the Birds is quite literally taken from this right here. There's a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heavens. A time to be born and a time to die. A time to plant and a time to uproot. A time to kill and a time to heal. A time to tear down, and so on and so forth. So these different seasons come and go, and fame is just like this. So you can't keep your source for creativity has to be different than the current moment, I suppose. The current moment, not in the sense of ontology, but the current like trends, because the trends come and go. So I was going to play this clip and mute it all, but anyway, seconds 43 through 49, you just see two girls having so much fun being in the moment listening to this song, and they're kind of doing it. Oh yeah, love you. And they're like 6 or 7 years old, and they're great. Maybe the oldest is like 13. Proposition 3, art is, I think we need to stop saying they're ripoffs. It's more like riff-offs. In the Pitch Perfect movies, there are classic scenes where you got characters trying to fuse different genres according to a sort of game master. In the first movie, you've got the dudes doing their bit, and then you've got the dudettes doing their bit, and they all sound exceptionally great. Can't play clips because of copyright, but great movies. Dear to my heart, not necessarily always Rotten Tomatoes critics worthy. Proposition 4. A lot of creators or content creators, so to speak, talk about loving yourself. Is that important? Is that not important? For sure, I think at the least we can say it is easy to say, but it is hard to do. And yet, in a sense, it is exceptionally worth it. It reminds me of this quote from Khalil Gibran. And God said, love your enemy. And I obeyed him and loved myself. Or, the worst traits of me. And that's another reason why I'm doing this sub-series, is to kind of tease out, what do we mean when we say the self? What do we mean when we say I or me or mine? Proposition 5. I'm again gonna refer to this video from Pints with Aquinas. Same interview with Gavin Ortland, who's a Protestant. In a sense, self-love is easiest if you live within a robust meta-narrative. So I'm going to go ahead and play a little clip from here again. But this is in a different spot.
them. And then
Hold on a sec. Okay, so let me mute the music just a little bit so that you can hear okay. All right, and then we're going to pick up 53, 54. Okay, so that's here, roughly 53, 54.
Yeah. I also think it helps to get creative. And, in my book, I give an argument from music and an argument from math.
Okay.
And I'm really adverse.
Do you think you could break that down for us, the music one, or is it?
I want to hear. I've heard like Craig on math, but give me the music one. That seems.
Okay.
I love that.
My point about the argument that I'll lay it out is that, I'm very adverse to triumphalist approach to apologetics.
Sure.
So I go into things trying to be very careful not to ever outpace the actual argument. So I was very skeptical that you'd ever be able to build an argument from math, music, anything like that. That's the second chapter, arguments from math, music, and love. But my main point about this was different people find different arguments helpful. They're very modest arguments. They're what are called abductive arguments, means an inference to the best explanation. I'm not proving God, but I'm saying he's a better explanation. And I've been amazed to find some people who won't find the more logically crisp arguments compelling actually are touched by these different kinds of arguments. So just a reminder to be creative.
I like that because I think my inner skeptic goes up whenever somebody tries to show me an airtight argument. Yeah. There's something in me that's like, but if you're saying, I'm not even trying to do that. I'm not even trying to convince you. I'm just saying, like, wouldn't it make sense if you're like, okay, my guard goes down.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah, the way I like to say it in the book is I give the skeptic, I show them the back door. If you want to reject this argument, here's how you can do so.
Good.
So they don't feel like the deer in the headlights. But you're inviting them to consider which worldview is the better explanation. So with music, the basic observation is that music conveys transcendence and meaning in this very mysterious way. And what first got me open to considering this is that all of the top philosophers of music are puzzling over the question. That's why where people just reject the argument out of hand, you say, go read the philosophers of music and tell me you're smarter than all these people who have no idea. How does music convey meaning? It conveys meaning in a non-representational manner. So unlike language, the words don't refer, or the music doesn't refer to specific objects, but music can convey meaning. Music can convey sadness. It can convey jubilation.
Yeah.
And it conveys transcendence. Almost everyone understands there are times when you're listening to music when it at least feels significant. It feels important in some way. And so you basically in the book, I just walk through, I describe that probably better than I just did. And then you just ask the question, what's the worldview that can better account for that, both emotionally, but also intellectually? And I share from Lord of the Rings, Chronicles of Narnia, this Thomas Aquinas, this whole Christian tradition of thinking about music as the first language. Peter Crave, you've interviewed many times, says music is the original language. And this is a Christian way of thinking about music, is that it's the language by which God created the world. For the naturalist, you're stuck with the evolutionary mechanisms, and there's greater mystery and greater uncertainty as to where does it get this transcendence and how does it convey meaning. And you just go through the explanations within evolutionary psychology for music, and there's so many different ones of them, and people are just uncertain. They just don't know, why is music so powerful? So I just think that's interesting. So it's an abductive argument to say this worldview gives you better tools to make sense of our experience of music.
Very good.
And that's one reason why I've been talking so much about the doctrine of musica universalis, like how Boethius and several people have already articulated this. Because these sort of abductive arguments are actually quite convincing to me, in a funny way, more than some of these more formal traditional arguments, I suppose. Yeah, what he was saying there too about which story, So if you were going to lay all the worldviews together, all of them, if you could possibly do that, let's say all the known worldviews, okay? Well, I suppose the question would be, how many worldviews do we know? In any case, let's say we were able to get them all on a table. Which of those stories is the most coherent, is the most satisfactory, is the most joy-inducing, which is the most robust, which has the most synchronicities, and the least contradictions, and so on. These are the sort of questions that I love to think about. And futuresymphony.org, I'm going to go ahead and turn the music back on again. It had a fantastic breakdown, and I've been talking about this a little bit more. Despite the popular romantic conception of creative artists as inspired madmen, composers are not idiots savants, distilling their musical appreciation from the ether. Rather, in their creative work, they respond and give voice to certain metaphysical visions. Most composers speak explicitly in philosophical terms about the nature of the reality that they try to reflect. When the forms of musical expression change radically, it is always because the underlying metaphysical grasp of reality has changed as well. Music is, in a way, the sound of metaphysics, or metaphysics in sound. Fantastic article. It talks about Pythagoras here, talks about logos, talks about the music of the spheres, brings in the Pythagoreans. And the Pythagoreans, followers of Pythagoras, supposed that the elements of numbers are the elements of all things, and the whole heaven to be a musical scale and a number. This was meant literally. The heavenly spheres and their rotations throughout the sky produced tones at various levels, and in concert, these tones made a harmonious sound that man's music, at its best, could approximate. Music was number made audible. Music was man's participation in the harmony of the universe. And today, with advancements in quantum physics and so on, this is totally being rediscovered and reappreciated. Go ahead and Google. They're tracking the sound waves of planets, and they're converting them using mathematical ratios into some musical proportions. And the point is that even if you can't hear the sound of, say, Venus, it's still emitting sound. It's there. You may not be able to perceive the certain variations of light waves, but those light waves are still happening. There's music all around us. In the late 2nd century AD, St. Clement of Alexandria baptized the classical Greek and Roman understanding of music in his exhortation to the Greeks. Skipping along a little bit, the new song is Christ, the Logos himself. It is this new song that composed the entire creation into melodious order and tuned into concert the discord of the elements, that the whole universe may be in harmony with it. And so, fantastic article, but this is the metaphysical, robust story that I'm trying to tune into, that I think is the most consistent and coherent. Christ is the composer. Christ is the creator. God, in the triad fashion, is responsible for originality. If I'm blessed enough, hopefully I can attune myself into harmony with the creator. So again, like I said at the beginning of the stream, more or less, I'm more likely to say that I'm a composer, I'm a compiler than a creator. But I also tend to want to refrain from saying that I'm a composer too. Sibelius harkened back to St. Clement when he wrote that the essence of man's being is his striving after God. It is the composition of music which is brought to life by means of the Logos, the divine in art. That is the only thing that has significance. But this vision was lost for most of the 20th century because of the belief on which it was based was lost. Now I'm operating, or trying to operate, from this perspective, from this paradigm. Relatedly, Dr. Richard Beck, who's a fantastic Church of Christ affiliated psychology professor, has been doing a lot of interesting things. He's my favorite blogger, and I share this sentiment with Paul Vanderklay. He's our favorite blogger. In this article on the colonialism of disenchantment, he wrote, in short, a disenchanted approach to magic supported the colonial project. If all this strikes you as just an academic theory, linking the modern disenchanted approach to magic to the colonial project, Jones goes on in Magic's Reason to show how modern magicians were used by colonial powers to discredit indigenous shamans and sorcerers. Jones recounts the case of Robert Houdin, the father of modern magic, who was used by the French colonialists to debunk and expose the trickery of the marabouts, popular religious figures in colonial Algeria. Here, in the case of Robert Houdin, we see disenchantment, a refusal to believe in magic, used as an agent of colonial oppression. A disenchanted approach toward magic was associated with progress, advancement, and reason, the attitude that justified the paternalistic posture behind the colonial project to educate the backward, childish, savage, and primitive colonial populations. So, in this sense, if you believed in magic, well, that quite literally justified your oppression. But with Dr. Richard Beck and with the author of Magic's Reason, I'm questioning that very framework. Instead, in a sense, I would say, yeah, the world, reality is musical, and reality is magical. There is no ordinary thing, there's no ordinary person. We are constantly walking around in wonder and awe, even if we are not open to wonder and awe. In Retconning History, Myth, Fiction, and Tom Holland on Jesus, Paul Vanderklay draws some very interesting points to consideration, and I'll be getting to those after I do another chess game. So let me go ahead and do a chess game, and this stream is just about done, so don't have too much further to go. And thank you to the one person who's been watching this whole time. I don't know who you are. OBS doesn't tell me that, but it does tell me that you've been watching, so thank you. I hope something in here has been uplifting. Probably gonna go for knight there. Probably rook here. Check. Rook over here. here protects this and attacks that. And cue this threat here. Knight takes. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and scooch this up here. Mm-hmm. Oh, that was bad, but that was a big blunder from yours truly. Oh, okay. Let's go here. And I'll go here. Okay, take. Go here. Yeah. Ouch. I'm definitely going to want to play another game after this. I'm a glutton for punishment. I haven't been beaten enough. Ooh, classic. Queen. And might as well. Yeah, okay. New. Let's do a new one. Trying to just keep the attacks rolling. Maybe get a little bit of a time advantage. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure, I'll trade down. Let's go here. I'll get my king out of the way. Okay, 85. All right. Nice. Okay, so we were talking, well, I shared a little bit more of that Pints with Aquinas thing about debate prep in the mindset that you need to be in. And then I played a little bit about this clip about how when, well, if you're going to evaluate between different worldviews, then you need to be in a calm place, a relaxed place, a resolved place, enough to kind of pay attention to, well, which of these stories, which of these songs, worldviews as songs, is more coherent and more harmonious, more consistent, and so on. And I'm trying to tie all these things together because they are, well, they are tied together. I'm just showing you that they are. Then I read a little bit of this Future Symphony article on the metaphysics of music, which ties into this video. And those of you who will be re-listening to this, you'll be able to hear this all as one piece, but I'm trying to reiterate this for any folks who might have just jumped on. So thank you for watching. Thank you for being you. So we've talked a lot about a lot. We've talked a lot about a lot, and we've even included magic in this discussion. Colonialism and magic. The argument here is that the world is magical and musical. But movements like colonialism have tried to promote a different kind of magic, which kind of pats other cultures, other civilizations on the head and says, yeah, you need to come imitate us, assimilate to us. And yeah, I'm arguing against that way of considering music and magic. I'm arguing for the so-called backward and childish and savage people. They've got the worldview better than the colonizers do. So I think this relates to this talk right here, and I'm going to play some bits and clips from here. So let me go ahead and navigate to where I'd like to go. And
what we understand to be...
I'm going to go ahead and lower the music just a little bit in the manner of my custom. Okay, so let me navigate back to 6:13 through 10:35. So let's go back here. 6:13 through 10:35, just about here. And I'll turn this down just in case it's a little bit loud for y'all.
So, in this video that I entitled with this horrible title, Relevance Realization of the Historical Physical Correlation Level in the Meaning Stack. Okay? In that video, I used a story that I told in Sunday school about an old man who's got some death anxiety, and he goes to church, and he starts going to church regularly, and he starts to clean up his life, and I told that within the context of Romans chapter 5. So, story, narrative, and fiction. Fiction is a story that doesn't purport to have physical correspondence unless you think about it in the Jordan Peterson way. And we'll get at that as my little PowerPoint continues to work its way through. Now, myth is a story, physical or otherwise, that provides a worldview within which people can live. It affords perspectival knowledge, procedural knowledge, participatory knowledge. Question about propositional knowledge in terms of physicalist correspondence is a little bit more up in the air. And so there can be, the American Revolution can get very mythological. It doesn't mean there wasn't an American Revolution. George Washington can be very mythological. George Washington and the cherry tree. Did George Washington ever have a cherry tree? Could have been. Is that story mythology? Very well. And what do we mean by that? And again, it's got two meanings. Sometimes we say mythology has been a story that is purely fictitious, doesn't necessarily purport or assert physical correspondence, but the story is one within which to live. And again, these three P's, the perspectival, the participatory, the procedural, are all part of myth. Myths are stories that we look to live within. Star Wars, for many people, is kind of a myth. Lord of the Rings is kind of a myth. Harry Potter is kind of a myth. That's why people dress up like Harry Potter. They buy their little kids little wands for Christmas. They watch the movies. They watch the movies together. It's a myth. Tolkien arguably wrote Lord of the Rings as sort of a myth for the UK. In some ways, so it's told from a perspective, though. And that's important to remember, because perspectives are always, of course, subject to bias, because perspective is almost synonymous with bias. It's from this point of view, this is how it looks. That's the story. And then obviously from other points of view, it looks differently. It's pretty much the definition of both bias and perspective. Jordan Peterson's conversation with Douglas Murray and Jonathan Pageau, which Cosmic Skeptic went at. This gets into fiction, and you could see why Pageau squirmed, and we'll get into that a little bit later, because the Bible is definitely mythological. It's a story within which we will live perspectively, procedurally, participatorily, but it's also a story which has propositional claims. And when it was just so annoying when the Cosmic Skeptic, did the Bible really happen? Oh, you're telling me that Peter and Jesus and David and Solomon and the Apostle Paul, these are all fictitious, they never lived? No. You need to have much more nuance. You need to, and I'm going to make an argument to here, you need to understand the retconning fork that happened in our understanding of history if you want to talk with any kind of knowledge about the relationship between the Bible and what we understand to be modern history. And if you don't understand how these different terms are relating to one another, you're going to get tripped up in all sorts of ways that I have been watching people get tripped up in this for a very long time. And the rest is history, guys, get tripped up in this too.
And I think this, I played just about all I was going to play. This ties back to what we've been talking about. Well, it relates to any text that I read. It relates to the topic of creativity and stories. What is a story? We may say the word story a lot, but how does history differ from a story? How does a story differ from reality? How much time do we spend parsing these things out? Since this episode is about the creative battles, what I've been trying to talk about are sort of big picture. Let's think about what is art, what is creativity, what does it mean to compose something? And I've been relaying a number of propositions, and I'm nearly toward the end. But I think Mr. Vanderklay is on to a lot of really good points here. I had brought up, like, for instance, when we say the word God, okay, well, what comes to mind? I did a Twitter thing a while ago last year, and I presented a little poem-y bit, God, a quite low resolution snapshot. And this is more towards I think, a good way of viewing God, but it's not, I'm not claiming this is the best way to view God, and I'm not claiming this is without mistakes. But let's just take the term God as an example. God, the eternal and infinitely empowering trio, carefully composes and playfully sings a creative triadic chord. The patterned cosmos is born and joyfully joins the holy chorus. Albeit parasitical dissonances and distractions and divisions and unresolved intentions are given their moments to creep in, they are ultimately subsumed within the epic fabric of the sacred choral symphony, a score which overflows with consonances, intactions, unisons, and resolved intentions. We live within a masterclass, an improvisational composition, which is, for instance, symbolized by Mr. Eric Whitaker's virtual choir, or by the Weller Family Band, and the cosmos eagerly awaits admittance into closer Q&A union with God. And then the name for my Discord server, which is taken from a psalm. So anybody who's listening to this whole talk, if anybody does, like at double speed, typically how I listen to things. If you listen to it in double speed, I imagine this talk will feel a lot like skipping a rock alongside a lake. This part is like a ripple, and the ripple started all the way back over in the first hour, and then you hear lots of motifs and connections that interconnect with each other. This, I think, is more toward the heart of art. I don't claim to have attained, but I'm trying to be attuned to art, to creativity. So let me go ahead and get the music pumped up again so that you can hear it. Proposition 6, and this goes back to what we were talking about SpongeBob. SpongeBob stresses orthoprax. Mike Heck in the middle stresses orthoprax. That sort of attitude. Whereas Squidward is more orthodox, and Brickheck is more orthodox. Are we going to focus more on being here now? That's more orthoprax. Or are we going to focus more on trying to be right about every single issue under the sun? That's more orthodox. Orthodoxy, epistemology, becoming. That's one side. And then ontology, and orthopraxy and becoming, or being here now, rather. This is another part of this kind of cartoonish spectrum that I'm painting right here. And I'm trying to stress orthopraxy. If you were going to emphasize one more than the other, emphasize where the rubber meets the road. In this channel before, I have mentioned St. Arnobius's words here on what a good teacher is. And to summarize these quotes, which I've already talked about in previous streams, and you can pause and read them if you like, all of these come down to basically this: he must not be called a good teacher who has expressed himself clearly, rightly, accurately, but he who accompanies his promises with the guarantee of divine works. Or if you don't believe in divinity, okay, translate it to an idiom you would be more familiar with. A good teacher is not somebody who is like so stressed and strict about it must be this way. A good teacher is somebody who knows how to follow through. If something goes wrong, knows how to follow through. If something goes right, knows how to take it in stride and not be puffed up. So St. Arnobius, he had some really good words to say on a good teacher. Proposition 7 of 8. Now, those of you who have been watching the whole time, you've probably been wondering, way back, the title of the episode involves the word kenosis. Well, what in the heck does kenosis mean? Kenosis is the thesis of this episode. And so if you're just coming in here now, or if you've listened this whole way, thank you for being you. Thank you for coming. Kenosis. Let's talk about that. Lots of people have unpacked this word. One of them is Friar Richard Rohr, a rather controversial figure in Roman Catholicism. I'll just pull out a little bit that he said in this one. St. Paul explains this principle by way of his beautiful hymn in Philippians 2, 6 through 11, prefacing his comments by saying, "Let the same mind be in you that was in Christ Jesus. Though Christ's state was that of God, yet he did not deem equality with God something he should cling to. Rather, he emptied himself, and assuming the state of a slave, he was born in human likeness." The phrase emptied himself in line 4 is the English translation of the Greek verb kenosin, which is where the word kenosis comes from. Light bulbs are coming off, probably, in those of you who will be listening to this, because we've hinted at this the whole way. In context, you'll see exactly what this means. It's the opposite of the word cling in line 3. Jesus is practicing gentle release, and he continues to practice it in every moment of his life, as the next verse of the hymn makes clear. He, being known as one of us, humbled himself, obedient unto death, even death on a cross. How beautifully simple. The path of Jesus hidden right there in plain sight. So he goes on in this article to keep unpacking it in his own unique way, but essentially this word kenosis, it comes from Philippians chapter 2. And this attitude is key to creativity, being able to relax. This is key to being a free diver, relaxing. No scuba gear, one breath, relaxing. This is key to debating. It's being aware, listening, being in the space, and trying to be as present as possible, as deeply as possible. And others have unpacked this phrase too, not just Christians. Thich Nhat Hanh, he's a fantastic Buddhist guru sort of guy. And there's this epic article on the fullness of emptiness. I can't read the whole thing for you because this stream has already been way too long and I don't want to be boring per se. But he goes into fantastic places. It's a real journey with this one. Let's go ahead and zoom in on some parts here. Comes up 27 times. The word emptiness should not scare us. It is a wonderful word. Emptiness means empty of a separate self. It is full of everything. Let's skip along just a little bit more. Because form is emptiness, form is possible. In form, we find everything else: feelings, perceptions, mental formations, and consciousness. Emptiness means empty of a separate self. It is full of everything, full of life. The word emptiness should not scare us. It is a wonderful word. To be empty does not mean to be non-existent. If the sheet of paper is not empty, how could the sunshine, the logger, and the forest come into it? How could it be a sheet of paper? The cup, in order to be empty, has to be there. But form and feelings and perceptions and mental formations and consciousness, all of these things, in order to be empty of a separate self, you still have to have this container. Emptiness is the ground of everything. Thanks to emptiness, everything is possible. Emptiness is quite an optimistic concept. If I am not empty, I cannot be here. If you are not empty, you cannot be there. Because you are there, I can be here. This is the true meaning of emptiness. Form does not have a separate existence. And this sort of thing, I think, is what ultimately Jesus is trying to invite us into. To be one with Christ is to be empty of myself, but to be full of Christ. There are similar sentiments in Buddhism and in Hinduism. So, at any rate, one time I had this note on sudden reflections. Huge note. I don't have time to read all of this, but maybe if you pause it, and if you're curious enough, you can read some of these reflections. But I talk more about orthopraxy, connect this to Alan Watts, how he says that belief clings, but faith lets go. Faith is relaxed. I've been coming to envision faith as through the Greek concept of kenosis, self-emptying. And if such an illustration is acceptable enough, it would also seem to harmonize quite well with what various musicians and artists would say. As Mr. Bob or Professor Bob Weller, who I've already mentioned in this stream, has said in a jazz improv class, a very important key to improv and creativity is the art of letting go. Further, isn't letting go also key to vulnerability and honesty, which in turn are deeply important for psychological well-being? So this stream, for instance, would have been impossible if I was focused on getting every single syllable, every single word exactly right to a T. If I was focused on just showing the games that I've won. It's better to be relaxed enough to lose a lot of games. And that's how life is, right? Most of the time, 90% you do lose. So, anyway, as the poet Christian Wyman says, belief has objects, faith is objectless. Attributed to Banksy or Cesar Cruz and others, art should comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable. Or, as Preaching Today has put it, the true function of a preacher is to disturb the comfortable and to comfort the disturbed. I'm going to read this a little bit. Americans for the Arts wraps up with this train of thought. What I've learned from studying Sylvia Plath and Arthur Miller and listening to Charlie Parker and Amy Winehouse, all artists profiled and tortured artists, is that their work wasn't entirely rooted in their hardships. Of course it served as an inspiration, but it takes a naive soul to assume that each of these artists rested on their plights and were then able to manufacture art as a natural response to their experience. Oftentimes then, it's inside pain when we begin to take the necessary steps toward discerning our artistry, where only few realize how small they are, how empty they are. where fewer accept that they are more insignificant than they'd like to admit, but that they are also vastly important. And fewer are brave enough to become one with their own vulnerability, because vulnerability is the single universal condition that makes us utterly human. It is also the same condition for which we are immensely afraid. So to rest on pain as it passes, which the tortured artist concept implies, is to simply rest inside our own humanity. To discover something from a moment of joy, fear, shock, rage, empathy, appreciation, jealousy, epiphany, or suffering is to become an artist. And great art comes from great courage. Great art comes only from those willing to be vulnerable. My notes continue on, and perhaps some of this is good stuff. You'll have to let me know. But I'm going to skip on to Dr. Martin Luther's commentary on Galatians, and there's this bit where he says some things that I'll clip. The afflicted and troubled conscience has no remedy against desperation and eternal death unless it takes hold of this passive faith, this relaxed faith. Okay? So he's going against the grain of the working or active Christian righteousness. Dr. Martin Luther saying, no, you need to be more relaxed. You need to be more passive. You need to be in a receptive place. Skipping along later, same guy, same commentary. A Christian is both righteous and a sinner, holy and profane, an enemy of God and yet a child of God. Those who do not know the true manner of justification will not admit such opposites, but we must teach and comfort the afflicted sinner. This whole bit is gold, but I'm not going to read it right here. I'm going to skip on to here. The evening sacrifice is to kill reason, or what I've said is epistemology. It's to not be Squidward, to not be Brick Heck. The morning sacrifice is to glorify God, and this is more like SpongeBob, more like Mike Heck from Middle. It's impossible to overestimate the excellence and dignity of this passive, receptive Christian sacrifice, and this is a strange and wonderful definition of Christian righteousness. It's mind-blowing, and it opens you up into awe and wonder. So, coming to the last proposition here, recalibrating, retuning. This is, I think, one of the things that's at the core of art. Karl Polanak, a director of music division and member of the piano faculty at Boston University, has said this to all music majors. If we were in a medical school, my brother and his girlfriend are in medical school, by the way. They are certified registered nurses or on their way. If we were in their position, and you were here as a med student practicing appendectomies, you take your work very seriously, because you would imagine that some night at 2 a.m. someone is going to waltz into your emergency room, and you're going to have to save their life. Well, my friends, someday at 8 p.m., someone is going to walk into your concert hall and bring you a mind that is confused, a heart that is overwhelmed, and a soul that is weary. Whether they go out whole again will depend partly on how well you do your craft. This is cross-disciplinary. This is creativity, composition 101. This is the headspace, more or less, that you need to be in. Recalibrating, retuning, reharmonizing, the creator is trying to be attuned, be refined, and maybe it will be helpful for all the other people. When I do live stream piano concerts for seniors at the Cypress Court Senior Center every Sunday afternoon just about, this is the sort of framework that comes really in handy. I've had shows where I've done better and shows where I've done worse, but this is how to pull through. This is how to go for hours and hours and hours. This is how to, in a way, pray without ceasing. It's to be relaxed, resolved, I would say ultimately in Christ. It's to die to the self and to take on a better, grander identity, a more robust meta-narrative. A guy who gets this very much is Arvo Pärt, an Eastern Orthodox music maker. And I'll play a little clip from him talking before I conclude. But first I'm going to do one more chess game, and this time I'm going to do a 2 or 1 minute one. So let me go ahead here. Let me go ahead and play. Let me play a 1 minute game. Play online. Let's go 1 minute. So back to the chess, and I'm nearly done with this stream, but I think that if y'all listen to this thing as a whole, it will be like seeing water ripple across a lake. And I think that's a good metaphor for art. I think art has lots of ripples or motifs, and very important to balance. Mm-hmm. Oh, that was a mistake. But that's okay. Mistakes are okay. Let's go ahead and do this. Oh, gonna want to take that probably. These 1 minutes are a lot easier on the phone. Yep, and those are hard. But let's go ahead and do maybe another 3 minute one. Let's go ahead and do 1 3 minute, and then I will play another video clip and then promptly conclude. Promptly after 4 hours. Yeah, right. Promptly. I have a Discord. So please feel free to join my Discord, and as I've demonstrated earlier on in the stream, I will play with you live. You could be a grandmaster, you could be a beginner, I'll play you, and yeah, it would be fun. In my Discord too, I have a lot of other projects cooking that I try to alert people to. Oh, you could just do pawn there. Should have thought of that. Oh, and I missed mate. Oh well. Let's do another one. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Gonna go here. Yes, you go ahead and take that. Zero Visible says hi. Hi back. How are you doing? And this is bad. Yep. Queen could take. Queen could go there and take this, which reminds me to get this rook in a different place. Like here. Do you play with viewers? Yes. Yes, you can. I would love that. And you'll probably be the last game of the stream. This ginormously long stream. Could go here, threaten both, but does that. Ooh, could do that, which isn't cool, but okay. Okay, all right. Yes, zero visible. If you'd like to play, I'm here to play. And while I'm at it, I'll go ahead and cue this up, because this is the last little bit of the content that I had planned out. Bum, ba, da, bum, bum, bum. Okay, so I was going to play 152 through 319 in here. So let's navigate over there. So if any of this seems out of context, the gist of this 4-hour stream is, well, what is creativity? What is composition? Like, what's up with all that? Yeah, I'm literally that meme of the guy who has like 5,000 tabs. I get it from my dad. He's a software manager. You should see his tabs. Whew, man. I don't even... Like, I have like a 20th of all the ones he has to have open. And this is just one window. I've got a whole other window right there. So I'm Aristotle Bach. That's my username. Right. So, yeah, zero visible. If you want to send me a friend or request or a challenge, that'd be great. And then I'll accept it. Man, I just got to the place in this clip I wanted to get to, and then I accidentally closed the tab. Wait a sec. Can you type your user in chat? Well, I'm Aristotle Bach, so I can retype that here if you like. Oh, that other link started playing. Boom. Okay, back to here. Aristotle Bach. Let's see if that'll come through. Let's see here. Let's check my messages. Oh, this person was asking what my Twitch is. Yeah, I'll send details after I stop streaming. Oh, cool. Yeah, let's do a rapid. Just send me a challenge and I'll play. I'll just refresh it to see if... Oh, looks like I got a notification. So let's see if that was from you. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, if you've sent me a... Oh, it just came up and it just went away. There we go. Yay, finally. Let's do it. Cool. Ooh, my graphics are getting pretty laggy. Okay, so we got a 10-minute game here. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Interesting. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then this is really good position for you. I anticipate mate in 1 second. Yay! I've been mated. Awesome. Cool, cool, cool. Really good job. And I'm gonna see if I can send you a friend request. Where do I find that? I think it's here. Yeah, add friend. Cool. Awesome. Good game. Good game. Totally up for doing that again with you. So, where was I? I was at Ervo Paired. There's this little clip that I wanted to play for y'all as I conclude here. Yeah, good game. Good game. Definitely up for playing that again. So we're talking art. We're talking creativity, composition. How do we do this? What's a big picture view? And that's what I've dedicated the last 4 hours to trying to unpack and kind of show connections between these different thinkers. Cuts across all sorts of disciplines. So you could be into woodworking, you could be into any sort of creative endeavor, and this would still apply. Yeah, thank you. So this is a big picture approach, and I think he's got a really great handle on a way to be. So I'm going to go ahead and play 152 through 319 from this presentation. And I'm going to turn down the music just a little bit so that y'all can hear his stuff a little bit better. Yeah, so I'm going from 152 through 319. He's such a relaxing guy, like most artists, like Bob Ross and several others. He gets it.
The most sensitive musical instrument is the human soul. The next is the human voice. One must purify the soul until it begins to sound. The composer is a musical instrument and at the same time a performer on that instrument.
This is creativity.
The instrument has to be in order to...
And again, you don't need to be Christian. He's an Eastern Orthodox Christian. You don't need to be Christian, I think, to appreciate these points. Music theorists like John Cage and several others, philosophers of music, have talked about the same thing. At its depth, music is not something that we make, but something that we open ourselves up to.
Use sound. One must start with that, not with the music. Through the music, the composer can check whether his instrument is tuned and to what key it is tuned. God knits man in his mother's womb, slowly and wisely.
Now, whoever this account was uploaded that music. I don't know the copyright situation and all that. And at parts, I think it gets a little bit loud and it drowns out his talking. But I think he's one of those artists who has a handle, well, rather a relaxed perspective on art. And I think this is the key. Art requires wonder, requires awe, requires relaxing, just like free divers, requires, in a sense, going with the flow. Improvising, just like Curb Your Enthusiasm, and so on. And it's on this note, this sort of note, that I wanted to kind of wrap up this stream. What narratives are we living in? What do we have a meta-narrative that we subscribe to? Do you? How much time do you think about epistemology versus ontology, and about becoming versus being? Are you more like Rick Heck in the middle, or more like Mike Heck in the middle? Are you more like Squidward or more like SpongeBob? Are you more beliefy and you've got to have, like, you have got to have everything, right? Or are you more faithy? Are you more relaxed? You still care about what's right and good. You still care about orthodoxy, but like St. Arnobius was saying, do you care more about orthopraxy? Do you care more about following through? One of the guys who took me under his wing for bowling was like, the follow through. That's where it's at. Do not focus on the goal per se, but focus on your follow through. Do you follow through? Great artists, great preachers great teachers, they follow through. They are relaxed, and they help others to relax. So, again, as I officially wrap up, wanted to say thank you for being you. Thank you for coming. And moreover, let me go ahead and just alert y'all to my Abyssus Abyssum Infocat Discord community. I'd love to have you. Love for you to join and give me suggestions or refinements or critiques or anything of the sort. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And with that, it's been fun. May the force be with you. May the odds be ever in your favor. Thank you. I'm gonna stop the stream finally.